my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart.
Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome to Showdown Saturday here with the National Professional Fishing League live from beautiful Pickwick Lake in Counce, Tennessee. Stop number 4, presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'll be joined by bass fishing legend David Dudley and bass fishing funny man Fat Cat Newton to bring you 7 hours of coverage of these NPFL guys out there fighting for this trophy and $50,000. And what a fight it has been up to this point on the Tennessee River, Dudley.
Yes, it has been a battle not only for the game that's going on this week at Pickwick, but the Angler of the Year fight is going on. Things are getting tight. Today's the last day, and the weights are relatively top towards the top of the leaderboard. There is a little bit of a gap between first and second, but hey, it's a lot of traffic out there today. We're dealing with holes that are sitting, ledge holes. There could be boats sitting on holes. It could be a big shakeup. Hey, if they don't pull water, it could be a major shakeup today. And today, the guy who makes the best adjustment on lures and the guy who has the deepest pocket of holes is going to come away with the win.
Something we talked about yesterday, the guy that has those deep pockets, Brandon Perkins, local favorite. He is on top after day 2. It was his birthday this week. He turned 40. What a present for his family that $50,000 check would be. But there are a lot of anglers in our top 10 that have something to say about it. This lake is called Pickwick for a reason, because there are lots of big bass swimming. Anything can happen. We've got a lot of variables out there, from weather to boat traffic, like you're saying. But yesterday at that drive-through weigh-in, we saw those later flights come in with some big bass. Let's take a look at the drive-through weigh-in. A little recap from yesterday from Pickwick Landing State Park.
$19.02 on day 1. He needs 7 pounds, 15 ounces to take the lead. I don't think it's being a problem. How about this? 19 pounds, 15 ounces, 2-day total of 39 pounds, 1 ounce. Let's see some fish. There's the boom, Mark Schilling. 20 pounds, 9 ounces, a 2-day total of 30 pounds, 7 ounces, Mark Schilling. Sean Murphy looking for 23.08 to take the lead. Not quite, but a good day. 16 pounds, 1 ounce, a 2-day total, 31 pounds, 11 ounces.
A lot of guys this week, Dudley, they've said, man, Pickwick is tough. But you can see right there, it's the case of the haves and have-nots. The ones that have are smiling. They're loving Pickwick this week. Some of our field not loving it so much. But the story of the day yesterday, Mark Schilling, 4 bass for over 20 pounds with a 6-pound, 9-ounce bass that's leading our Big Bite Big Challenge. We caught him this morning, the big cat, right before they took off. We're going to check out that piece right now and see what Mr. Schilling's thinking about Showdown Saturday.
All right, folks, here we are. Showdown Saturday here at Pickwick Lake. This thing is going to be wall-to-wall, treetop tall. Sitting here with my man, Mark Schilling. He's had a very interesting tournament. He's had boat issues, went and got a new lower unit. First day, he only had 4 fish. Yesterday, he brought in 20 pounds. Going into day 3 with that 3rd place. Are you going to come in with 1st place or what, Mark?
Well, I hope so. But, Brandon's a stick out here. He's doing great. It would be great to see a hometown guy win on his home lake. But I'm gonna go after him. I'm not going to hold back. So I've got one spot that's got some really big ones on it. That's where I'm going to spend all day cranking. It's going to be a grind. Well, it's going to be exciting.
That's right. You heard it from him, man. It's going to be exciting. So make sure you guys tune in for all the live coverage. Mark Schilling is the one that you guys need to be watching.
Mark overcoming adversity. He's had a lower unit issue. His wife drove 3 hours yesterday to pick up a new lower unit for his outboard engine. So he's firing on all cylinders today. Did not weigh a limit, Dudley. Does that concern you at all?
It does in a way, but look, I talked to Mark again this morning, kind of echoing what he just talked about. He's big bass don't necessarily always get in a big school of fish, okay? What he's doing is targeting single big bass. His locations that he's found is not massive schools of fish. So, yes, I feel that Mark today could be that comeback kid who is relatively a little bit deeper in the pocket. 7 pounds is a big lead. But what his strategy is today could be a major threat. And if he can fire those big ones on those isolated areas that he's fishing, Mark could be a big threat. But it's Pickwick. And here's what I want people to understand. The fishing is a little bit tougher now, and we're at a time of the year. This lake is loaded, Luke. Luke is, of course, a resident right here at Lake Pickwick. He knows how many bass live here on this lake, and the guys that can figure out how to entice them into biting. We're at a time of the year, Luke, where they've probably already been caught. What, a couple times? Two, three?
They're experienced
yes,
by this point of the summer.
Very
There's no doubt about that.
And this is where the experience comes into play.
No doubt.
And what I mean by that, the angler with the most experience on pressured fish. We all can catch fish relatively, that probably sounds bad, but we can all catch fish a little bit easier at certain times of the year. But we're at a time of the year, Luke, where your skill level better be on par, because if you're not figuring out how to just move that worm at the right speed, the crankbait at the right speed, present it right in front of their nose, Luke, you could come away with a limit that not even a limit, you know?
Well, we've seen that, but a guy that has the experience on these pressured waters, that knows these ledge fish better than anybody, our leader, Brandon Perkins, and he's not planning on taking his foot off the gas at all, talking to him. And the Big Cat caught up with him this morning before takeoff. Let's check in with our Day 2 leader, Brandon Perkins.
All right, folks, here we are with Day 2 leader, local favorite, almost led Day 1. He is leading the tournament now by over 7 pounds. Brandon Perkins. Woo! Would you rather be leading going to Day 3 at another body of water? It seems like a lot of pressure here on your home lake.
Man, it's a ton of pressure, but I wouldn't trade places with old Murphy right now. If the weights were stacked tight, I wouldn't mind being 3rd, 4th, 5th, slid on down a pound or two out, but like with a good little lead, I wouldn't trade places with anybody today, because I'm probably going to need every bit of that lead. It's going to be Saturday on the Tennessee River, summertime, boats everywhere, fishermen everywhere, and today's going to be a grind. It's going to be tough. I want to try to catch them early and take a little stress off, man. So we've had 3 events so far. I've done decent in all of them, gotten a check, but I didn't feel the stress of this trail until I got here at home, and man, it's unbelievable. It's bigger than I imagined, I guess. I mean, I'm not an emotional person, and got a little emotional on stage yesterday, but I mean, I'm excited. We're going to go give it heck and see what we can do today.
He's already killing it in that progressive AOY, and now he's killing it here. We got storms coming in, weather coming in. How is that going to affect your fishing today?
So usually on the Tennessee River this time of year, the storms, clouds, rain, the fish are still going to be where they've been. A lot of times they won't necessarily school up as tight. They'll kind of bust up. They might even, I mean, it's going to help some of these shallow guys, I'm afraid. And they're going to still be there. We might have to work a little bit harder for them. Things may not come easily. It's going to change the way I fish today. I told my wife last night, I said, I'm going to totally change this tomorrow up. And she said, do not change anything up. But I'm going to fish some of the same water, a lot of the same water. But I am going to do some different things today, because I know that cloud cover, no sunshine, they're going to probably eat some different baits today.
There it goes, folks. You heard it from the man himself, the local favorite, Brandon Perkins. Like I said, going into Day 3 showdown Saturday with that 7-pound lead. Let's see if he can hold on to it. I'm thinking he might come in with a bigger lead after it's all said and done with. So y'all make sure y'all stay tuned and see what my man does.
Appreciate y'all.
Great stuff for Brandon Perkins. So cool hearing him talk about the pressure. And Dudley, in pro fishing, historically, you've done this forever. The local jinx, the local curse. We hear about it. Can Brandon Perkins buck that trend this week on Pickwick Lake? Will we see him take it home?
I'm going to say I'm not going to go ahead and call him to be the winner yet, but we'll see as the day unfolds. There's no doubt in my mind that Brandon is not going to not come in with a limit. He's going to have a limit. But again, we look at David Gaston on unofficial. He's already got a 5-pounder, right? And you looked at Mark with 4 fish over 20 pounds. Brandon not having a limit, that ain't going to happen. He's going to have a limit, right?
That's right.
He's going to have a limit.
Deepest pockets,
yes,
like
he's
said.
going to have a limit. You can hear the game fighting in his head. He's already like, dude, there's going to be boat track. The things he's echoing what we've already talked about. But the big factor is big fish, big fish, big fish, big fish. We saw Mark do it yesterday. David Gaston's already got a 5-pounder. Dude, you come in with, a 2-pounders and he can't get on a school that he wants to fire up, 10 pounds, and Schilling comes in with that relatively decent bag, 18-pound bags, we got a battle.
Well, we knew this tournament would be a shakeup in that progressive AOI, and it has been. But one man was off his game a little bit, right?
Yeah.
A little bit on day one. John Soukup was down in those teens with 4 bass for 12 pounds. Makes a call to me on the first night of the tournament. Hey, man, I figured something out. I will be in the top 10 for Showdown Saturday, and he did just that. He was a little shy of his 20-pound estimate, but
right.
we'll cut him some slack. He had 16 pounds yesterday. John Soukup rocketed into our top 10 to make that AOY just as tight as it was coming in here, but Brandon Perkins being in 5th place coming in to this event. Now he's sitting on top of the leaderboard unofficially this morning, right where he left off yesterday. 2nd place, Bryant Smith, the California angler. He got off to a fast and furious start. He is also in our top 10 in the progressive AOY. David Gaston, another progressive AOY top 10er in 3rd place. Joe Willard, another progressive AOY. It's crazy how good these guys are catching them up at the top, and there's really not a lot of separation right now. Sean Murphy in 5th place. Mark Schilling in our progressive top 10 as well. Jesse Millsaps, Timmy Reams, Mike Como, and John Soukup. Dudley, if Soukup gets another top 10 here, I mean, can we just say he's got to be the overwhelming favorite for AOY going into these last 2 tournaments of the year?
I could tell you this. One of my AOY wins, and I'm not saying it because one of my AOY wins, I was not in the radar. I was not in the interview. I did not have a single, media call. I was not even on the radar to win Angler of the Year. Last tournament of the year, I didn't even think I had a chance. And
weren't even thinking about it.
Not even thinking about it. We had Andy Morgan at the top, Brent Ayler at the top. There's no way Brent Ayler, Andy Morgan are going to falter. Could I say there's no way John Soukup's going to falter? By the pace he's on, yes, it doesn't look like he's going to falter.
Looks like Superman right now.
But guess what happened? I came from nowhere and won Angler of the Year by 1 point. So I'm not going there yet, Luke. I'm not going there yet.
One thing that impressed me more than his 2 wins, you and I we were talking about this morning before we came on live. The fact that he had 2 fish at 2 p.m. the first day. It's easy to get rattled when you're a guy that's won 2 of the 3 events. He kept it together and was able to overcome that, and then to have the day 2 he did yesterday. Absolutely incredible. Soukup is going to be one to watch on Showdown Saturday, because if anybody in our top 10 could put together a 25-pound stringer and bust this thing wide open,
he's targeting small schools like big fish. That is the danger, and he knows it. That's why his confidence went from to here. That's the danger. He knows that he's fishing for single big fish, and if he can connect and land them, he knows what he can do.
We're going to hear that hookup chuckle today, I have a feeling, a few times here on NPFL Live. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we're going to throw you guys out to Pickwick Lake to see some of these big Tennessee River bass right after this.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Welcome back to the National Professional Fishing League Stop number 4, presented by Progressive. Schilling.
It's got a lot of back. There he is, big one. Yes. That's number 1 right there, boys.
Mark picking up where he left off. Some of our highlights from the morning. Of course, these guys have been out for a little over an hour. Before we go live with you guys here, Ryan Smith, who we saw get to a fast and furious start yesterday morning, Dudley, and our leader, local favorite, Brandon Perkins.
Oh,
Jay Willie.
Willie did some great bait changes yesterday. I got the chance to talk to him. He did some incredible bait changes on the schools that he was working.
This is a big one. Finally a big one.
And David Gaston, like Dudley mentioned in
Let's
the intro.
go! Look at that!
Already
Yes!
dropping bombs on Pickwick this morning. 5-pound bass in the boat and back to live fishing.
Squirts.
Brandon Perkins.
Felt better. And he was strong.
Brandon talking about feeling that local pressure. I think that one's going to help Dudley.
There's got her.
Something we haven't seen Brandon utilizing a lot in the first 2 days. Slowing down, throwing a jig. You can tell he's trying to get 5. And with a little over 7-pound lead, Dudley, he's thinking if I can just get a decent limit, I can be comfortable. Then he can take some chances.
Update.
Just trying to pad that lead.
Well, we got 5. They are
already has 5.
Not what they need to be yet. Not even close to yesterday's kind of start, but let me get rigged up here. We'll talk.
He's autographing
a
his
little touch of chartreuse
plastic there
on my Rage Crowell. I got to start where I wanted to start. They were I was a little worried about the overcast conditions, cloud cover, and them not being stacked up. And there was fish all on it, man, and there has been, but they were not stacked up. I couldn't get them going. I caught one on a plug that it's a 2. I'll put them on the scale here in a little bit. I typically underestimate my weight. I don't want to be the dude that says I got 17 and weigh in 13.4, but I did tell my wife that I would weigh my fish today, and once I get through with this little flurry, we will I'm gonna weigh them and put them in legit. I've got a scale. I got like one of them expensive scales, and I use it about once a year. So, but we rolled up on our secondary deal here, kind of what I would call my limit hole, and I don't normally fish my jig like this, but I've seined it pretty good so far, and over the span of these last 3 days, and I'm just trying to get a reaction here as well. But we got 5 in the box, and what, about 9:30? So we've got a long day ahead, and I know the guys are going to catch them today. It's, you know, they're not going to let up behind me. I know what my target weight that I had in mind from the get-go was 54, 55, and I still think that's going to be what wins this tournament. Obviously, I'd love to weigh in 60. This time of year, I think that's a feat, but you know, I'll be cool if I catch 14 today and win it, man. It'd be a total dream come true, and I'm not counting eggs before they hatch. I'm just fairly confident that at some point between right now and 6 o'clock, with a limit in the box, able to relax some, spend some time behind the wheel looking at those Lawrences, I'm gonna find a pile that's ready to eat. So, you know,
deep pockets, Luke.
Long day, basically. I don't have anything in the whale that I want to take to the weigh-in today, and that was kind of my point in running over here. Was I felt like it was a limit hole, but I also thought the way that this day's set up this morning with this cloud cover and stuff, I honestly thought that there would be a big old panda laid up there on this little ditch. I got a good little cheering crowd out here, man. It's pretty cool. Y'all ain't as crazy as them people yesterday. I mean crazy in a good way, man. I had some cool folks doing circles and screaming. They wanted to get on live. They wanted to see Dudley. I am not going to be here much longer,
guys.
I'm going to troll around a little bit on it and see if maybe a different angle or a different, you know, firing up top or to a different direction might trigger one that I have not got to go. I mean, I caught, when I rolled up here, it's a place I don't typically scan. I rolled up here and they were firing from the get-go, but they're just quite a bit smaller. I mean, what I have in there is not a 2-pound average. And I've got
good stuff from our leader. Certainly start to feel that confidence, Dudley.
Absolutely. For the viewers, let's expand a little bit. When we say in deep pockets, we're taking that kind of slang for granted. Deep pockets means multiple ledge
options.
holes. Yes, options, multiple holes. That's what we were referring to. And to hear him say, I got a limit, I can calm down. He knows, that he can go scan. And what we're looking at on the screen
is not deep pockets.
No, it is not deep pockets. And he doesn't have to worry. He doesn't have to. When he rides by this hole, he's like, all right,
not stopping there.
Not
Don't
stopping.
have to.
And
it won't rattle him.
And it's critical. And it's critical in any tournament that you're at is to have those deep pockets and not have every bass that they're throwing at looking at 2 lures at one time.
And the transducers on the trolling motor making noise. There's lots of noise.
Yep.
These fish definitely feel that pressure. So Perkins at an advantage over the majority of our field just because of that for sure. But we see this little boat-to-boat action. I believe River Lee and Sheldon Collings. Sheldon made a jump yesterday, had a 13-pound stringer. He's one of our most consistent anglers out here on the NPFL. Talented young angler from Oklahoma. And then we have River Lee joining Sheldon, who's had an up and down year. He's a great young angler. Unfortunate situation in Texas with the disqualification. Fought back at Harris Chain to have a great event there, and a little bit of a struggle for him this week at Pickwick. Surprisingly so, because he's a great offshore angler. And from a crowd to a guy that stands out by himself.
That cloud cover to get back on was pretty good.
Mr. David Gaston. He is stuck to a little different program this week.
Yeah, I fell and hurt my ankle this morning. That's some physical stress. Been compromised. No, I ain't tired. I just hurt my dadgum ankle. Can't have nothing. Walking down to the ramp this morning. Trip, hurt myself. I mean, it's bearable for sure. It ain't too big of a deal, but it hurt on the way up here mashing that gas, that's for sure. My goodness.
Got you fish this morning?
I made one fish capture, one decent one, so I've had some other, actually had a lot of bites this morning and only made one fish and had another hookup. So they're biting this morning, which is very surprising. So, but the conditions are, it's the best conditions we've had so far through the tournament, morning-wise. I mean, it's just the only thing you do is keep casting and whining. There's so much water to cover. I'm sure I can pick up and drag something or flip this stuff out, but that's boring. You lose confidence quick in something like that. Sitting there dragging, going 30 minutes without a bite, dragging a worm, can make double the amount of casts, cover 10 times more water with a chatterbait. And biggins eat it just as good as that worm, so why not throw the chatterbait? Except for on the fact that you can generally hook them better on a worm.
You've been catching a lot of flack this weekend for your wardrobe?
Yeah, there's a bunch of buttholes, really, talking crap all the time. Duncan wanted me to wear all pink today. I texted him. I had a pink shirt and shorts left in my clean bag, and I just said I ain't gonna do it to myself. I'm lucky I don't show up in there and put some pop knots on their head, talking all that crap. They probably saying something about that. Oh, Sally better look out.
Well, we do
Ain't
have
scared of
microphones,
Duncan
so
or Dudley.
we will always have a rebuttal, Dave.
Definitely not Dudley. Well, Luke's got that big old beard.
Dudley, anything you'd like to say or rebuttal to getting pop knots on your head? We're taking fire from David Gaston.
I mean, this is the first time he put a hood on. I don't know if he's embarrassed to show his face again after this. He's wearing a hood for the first time. So
he shouldn't be embarrassed. He's in the top 5 in progressive AOI. Dave is, we like to give David a hard time. He likes to give us one back, but hopefully there will be no pop knots placed on your head at the drive-through weigh-in this afternoon by Mr. Gaston. I'm really not sure what a pop nut is. I'm going to be honest. I'm from Tennessee.
Either.
He's an Alabama boy. I've never heard pop knot, but I'm assuming it's something that's not going to be a good time.
If anything pops up on your flesh or your body, it's unnatural. I don't want nothing of it.
Yeah, no pop knots, please.
So here you
More
go,
5-pounders, Dave. Focus on 5-pounders, not pop knots.
So, David, your attire looks excellent today.
And a guy that is no stranger to 5-pounders, we're going to take a look over at Mark Schilling, one of our most consistent anglers this year out on the National Professional Fishing League.
All right, we're out here working up and down this ridge. I just got one about 4 pounds. I had 2 early on, so I've had 3 bites so far, which is a great sign. They're still here. This place will definitely fire up in the afternoon. It was 2 to 4 yesterday when it really went, and it was still going until that storm rolled in. So anything I can get right now is bonus. As you can see, I'm still out here chunking and whining, throwing the 10XD. This will be the game plan. We just need 4 more good bites. Today's awesome. There's 3 of us here that were here yesterday, and everybody's respecting everybody's spots. We're all staying in our general area, and right now it's awesome. Couldn't ask for a better setup this morning. I'm out here cranking, and I will tell you that yesterday there were 6 guys out here. Not one guy will crank more than 5 minutes. And I think this is hard. This is not easy. You might crank for 2 hours and not get a bite. So you cannot put this stick down. And this is how I'm gonna score 20 to 25 pounds right here. So I will not put it down. You know, plus when you're in this position, you're in the win. I was sitting at just over 30 pounds to start the morning, right at the cut line, based off of where it is right now. So now with that 4-pounder in the boat, I'm well over the cut line, hopefully. So I'm not really worried about getting a check now. I'm worried about one thing, and that's bringing in the biggest sack of the tournament. And I can slow down, and I know I could throw a wobble head or a big worm or a little worm, finesse them up. And I know I could sit here and grind out, but I saw what the guys did that did that. And they're catching the small fish. These big ones, they're skittish. You got to get them to fire. And this big crankbait is one thing that will get those big ones to fire. So if you're trying to catch a big fish, if you fish tournaments and you're down to needing 1 kicker and it's summertime, you better get it in cranking shape, because this bait right here is what will get you a kicker fish.
Schilling will need to visit the chiropractor after cranking that 10XD for 2 days straight.
He goes this morning, he goes, man, my little hands can't handle this 10XD 8 hours in a row. He was emphasizing. Then his wife was like, your hands are big, Mark. They're not little. You know,
she's the best cheerleader, man. She was so excited at the weigh-in yesterday.
She was,
no doubt about it. They are
their energy.
Yeah, I was going to say
their energy is electrifying.
Two of my favorite folks that we've got to get to know this year out on the NPFL. And Mark is putting in the work, man, and it paid off yesterday. And this morning he's already off to a great start with a 4-pounder in the boat. Of course, Mark starting the day in 3rd place.
That's dangerous. Like
it is.
What he's like.
That's what I was going to ask you that.
That is dangerous of what he's been doing. So think about this. He lost a big one yesterday. So his last, that would have been 5, that's 6. His last 6 bites have all been 4 to 5 pounds or 4 to 6 pounds. Dude, you and he's already got one in the box, and it ain't but an hour into the or hour and a half into the day. Yeah, Brandon Perkins, you better tighten up there a little bit more. I know you got a limit in the live well, but I'm going to say he's got a really good chance of overcoming. And that's just common sense. His last 6 bites are 4 to 6 pounders.
Quality over quantity.
And Luke, let me ask you this. Do big ones relatively stay isolated by themselves on this lake or other lakes? Have you experienced where if you do pull on a school, does it go 2-pounder, 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 9-pounder, or are you fishing more of a loner area of a piece of a ledge where you can only a couple big ones just hang out by themselves? Is that what he's got going on?
I think he's definitely got a smaller school of larger fish found that have slid away from a main school. He's talking about all the boat traffic. I think he's just found a little corner of this ledge that these bigger fish are hanging out for sure, Dudley. And that's what, talking to Mark last night, it sounds like that's what he's found. From Mark Schilling, we're going to go over to a guy who has been on those just consistent bites, steady Eddie this week, Sean Murphy, the Kentucky angler. If pop knots start breaking out, Sean Murphy's on my side. I'd like to point that out to David Gaston, that Murphy is my man at the weigh-in. So come get some, Gaston. Murphy hooked up.
That's a decent one.
He makes them all look so small.
Yes.
But they're always good fish, though. Murphy on days 1 and 2. Fast limits both days. Murphy with his first fish. And now we're going to get our first look today. Showdown Saturday with a guy that has owned 2 of our 3 Showdown Saturdays.
Well,
John Hookup, Soukup.
We got zero fish in the live well right now. And not much different from day 1 or day 2. Day 1 I didn't do good. I didn't catch a fish until 1 o'clock or 12:30. Day 2 I did catch some in the morning, but I just kind of jumped spots. And I've caught a 5 and I've lost a 5 here. And that's why we're here this morning. Is we're kind of in a community hole area though. So we're trying to catch some bigger fish. There are going to be all sorts of people around. But, I mean, they're down there. I've thrown all sorts of stuff at them already this morning. And I've never been here in the morning time, and also with all these clouds, so. I've got that fear of just leaving the spot and then like these guys just pulled in. They're going to, you know, start fishing and work their way towards us, and I want to be able to get back on it. That's my concern. It's not my only spot by any means, though. I've got other stuff. Matter of fact, I've got a pretty cool spot that I don't think anybody's going to be on, but it's another 15 minutes up, and I don't want to make that run and then have somebody sit there sitting on it. So I'm going to slowly work my way up to it, but that other spot's only got 2 pounders on it. So I'm trying to get healthy here, you know. I'm looking for 5 bites today. Fish are very inactive. Very inactive.
Hookup is talking a little bit about local fishermen out there. We're going to see that a lot today. He's in a very popular area, Dudley, and we're going to see that affect some of our guys today for sure.
Is it surprising to you, like, even at Eufaula, we watched him catch quite a few on a jerk bait, but he also mixed in a spinnerbait, which is typically known for Eufaula, right? Ledge fishing. Tennessee River, throwing a spinnerbait. Is that out of the norm?
It's not in that typical, you and I, we did a little round table live. We picked 5 lures. It's not in that typical 5 lure setup. That if you could only pick 5, hey, here's your ledge fishing starter kit, that big spinnerbait. Not typically what you see, but I do know some folks that utilize it, but John was telling me a little bit about it. It is something that he certainly enjoys targeting deep bass with. And I think, you know, he's utilizing that forward-facing sonar, that Garmin Live Scope he has all year. He's a master with it. I think it's got a lot to do with that as well, Dudley. I think he can see that bait so good and how the fish are reacting to it due to the bulk of the bait, the blades, the movement. He can see that thing so good on that screen and how the bass are reacting to it.
You also think a spinnerbait, you can manage the depth very well with that bait. Like a crankbait, whatever, let's just say on the forward looking, so you saw him at 11 foot and you got a 15-foot diving crankbait.
It's hard to control.
Could the depth, maybe that's a lot of it. We know he's an incredible electronics guy, and I reckon the reason bringing this up, a little bit, don't think I ain't taking note of it myself.
That's right. That's right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm taking notes myself on. I think it's a little bit out of the norm for me. You know, I wouldn't consider throwing a spinnerbait out on Tennessee River ledges, but that's why live is so good.
Absolutely.
Can't hide nothing. And I just think, and another interesting thing is that he's throwing double willow. Typically, spinnerbait ledge fishing is a single willow. Single willow
keeps the bait down.
Right, keeps the bait down. But, you know, the catches we've seen him made have been on double willow, which is interesting to me because typically that the first willow ends up not getting as on a deeper cast. That first blade doesn't really have the right angle on it to keep spinning, whatever. Who am I to talk? Because I'm watching what he's doing.
Well, you are a 4-time Angler of the Year. I'd like to point that out. And John Soukup is trying to win his first, but what an amazing angler. He did say, I will say this, Dudley, in my talk with him after day one, he did say the spinnerbait was his favorite technique for this setup, but it was hard to keep it down in that 25-foot range. So very interesting. Showdown Saturday, off to a fast start and an interesting start. These guys have a long day, and we do too. We're going to be with you guys until 2 p.m. live. We're going to take a look at our fine sponsors here at the National Professional Fishing League, and we'll be back right after this with more live action from Pickwick Lake.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to y'all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack boat.
It's the steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Pickwick Lake. Stop number 4.
These ledges,
the
that's the
NPFL.
key, is whether it's a timing thing or whether it's just find out what mood they're in. No audio before, huh? I was just flapping my lips, huh? Do what? Now we're real live? Was it all fake live? Yeah.
Dudley, what is this fake live he speaks of? I don't know. We're getting shots fired from all of our anglers today. They're chippy on Showdown Saturday.
Wow. Fake live.
This fake live you speak of. Getting our first look here. Bryant Smith, the West Coast angler. He's been very consistent so far through our first 4 events here on the NPFL. Looks to be in the same area we saw him start in yesterday morning where he got off to a quick start.
Now, the wind is not like galing, but a little bit stronger of a wind.
Little different look than we've seen the last 2 days.
A little bit different. It's not that it's, you know, I'm by no stretch am I saying, but does this wind play a role in ledge fishing?
Got him. Finally. Certainly makes boat positioning harder at times. Bryant working on a limit this morning.
Yes. Number 5. That's what I'm talking about. Nice fat one. Nice. Take that. I will take that.
Bryant with a quick limit again. 3 days in a row.
2.5. That'll work. That will work. Ah, it's nice to have a limit. Nice to have a limit, yeah. Dude, that's good. Let's keep
He's
it going.
unofficially
Keep it going.
at 9.
God, I gotta slow down.
9 1/4 pounds.
I don't want to, but it's just, I don't know. They're, I could see them on the live scope. They're just like 2 or 3 feet above the bottom. Usually when I'm getting them biting and there's current rolling, you can't even, they're so close to the bottom, you can't even see them on any forward facing sonar. And these ones are just like that far off the bottom. It just makes me think they're in a little bit more of a negative mood. So, had to slow down a little bit. Oh no, I broke my box. Slow down a little bit and it seemed to work. So, let's keep it going. I really don't want this box spilling everywhere. I don't know how that broke. That is going to make a mess if that spills everywhere.
With that, Bryant becomes our early
Oh, it
favorite
feels
for the
good to have
David
number
Dudley
5.
hot mess of the day right there. I like that. We get out a roll of tape,
So happy.
start taping up tackle boxes. I'm here for it. Quick limit, and a little maintenance.
I've used miles of electrical tape on everything. If it's broken, electrical tape, just, it's like
Don't have time for broken tackle boxes.
Crazy out of the rest of the day.
Bryant
Like
Smith.
I said this morning, I waste a lot of time. It's not a waste. I gotta quit calling it a waste.
Lots
But
of
I spend a
uses
lot
for
of
electrical tape out there in the world, Dudley.
New schools, trying to relocate schools I had before. So it's hard to do that for me when, you know, if I'm sitting on 1 fish or 2 fish or stuff like that. If I can get a limit, it just makes the day more enjoyable.
As bass fishermen, we all have different opinions and feelings on things, but one thing we all agree on is a limit in the box, regardless of the size, always kind of puts you at ease early in the day. Bryant Smith working his deep finesse pattern we've seen him utilize over to a guy that has been one of your favorites because you proclaimed shallow water would buy you a steak dinner.
Just be quiet.
Timmy Reams.
You be quiet, Luke.
Just up and down it. These fish, I mean, obviously it gets better. I mean, once that grass lays over and then bass pull up in it to feed, it gets a lot better, but for that to happen, you have to have current. And right now we don't have any of that. So, sticking with the chatterbait for now. I mean, I got mixing a few different things today, I think. I think with it being overcast, at some point today, these fish ought to really, really bite. So we'll see. I got one in there right now, which I need to update my weigh tracker before Mr. Duncan gets mad at me. But I mean, a couple fish caught. I caught that one. I know Gaston, we just talked to him. He's got a big one in there, he said, so. They're here somewhere. Just gotta keep casting until you run across them. So, we got a long day. So, be here most of the day. There's a ton of bluegill in this place too. I mean, so many bluegill up in here. I was starting to wonder, you know, how many fish that this little, I mean, it's not a very big patch, but I mean, it's decent size. Starting to wonder how many fish it could hold, but I mean, if you think about it, a grass patch is such an abundance of nutrients and, you know, just food source for fish, so it's hard to tell how many fish are in this little stretch down through here. It's held up for a couple days, so we'll see if we can milk it for one more.
Dudley, I was just checking in with TVA.
See how many waypoint
their
pilots
app
we had today, and people
regarding current flow, and it is increasing by the hour. Right now, entering the 10 o'clock hour, they are projected to be running 20,000 cubic feet per second. And where Timmy Reams, the area he's in, where David Gaston's, they're going to feel the effects of it a long time before the other anglers down the lake, for sure. They are closer to that Wilson Dam. The river narrows down where they're at, and they could certainly get right well before those lower end guys start feeling it. Like, you've got Mark Schilling. He's almost within sight of us here in the studio. He's going to be the last to feel the effects from the Wilson Dam current.
Absolutely. And to expand on what he was talking about, grass laying over. Just as you mentioned to the current that is going to be in effect, you know, closer towards the Wilson Dam, and I think
hooked up.
Might be keeper number 2. Switched to a swim jig and immediately got bit. Decent fish too, buddy.
I thought that was a giant for a minute, but had it hooked weird, had it hooked in the corner of the mouth, so I was dragging it sideways. Number 2, glad to have him. Whew, I got my heart going, man. I thought that was a monster. I guess when I hooked it, it shot sideways, and I had it hooked in the side, and I was pulling it sideways. I couldn't move him. I thought, oh boy, that's a good one there. As I was saying, we're at a little point in this grass, and that's where that fish came from. So. All right, Luke Duncan. I'm gonna update my weigh tracker for you.
It's much appreciated. Of course, all anglers are encouraged to enter their estimated weights into our Weigh Live app, and we can all follow along at tnpfl.com on our unofficial Weigh Live leaderboard throughout the day. Helps us tell the story. Helps. You heard Perkins earlier. His wife said, you better weigh your fish today. So keeps the family stress level down as well. To know that the anglers are catching fish. Or maybe it helps the families prepare for, we might need to, you know, bake a cake tonight to make somebody turn their mood around because they're having a bad day. It goes both ways.
What does David Gaston, Sweet Tooth, endure?
Fish hit.
Headed into the 10 o'clock hour, Dudley. The guys have been out there for about 2 hours now. As we enter our close out the first hour of live, we're going to take a look back at some of the highlights from Pickwick Lake here in Counce, Tennessee, on the Tennessee River. Sean Murphy, my tag team partner. Kentucky angler.
There he is. This is a big one.
Finally a big one.
David Gaston, 5-pounder.
Let's go! Ha ha! Look at that! Yes!
Dropping pop knots on them this morning on Pickwick Lake. David Gaston getting our first live look at Joe Willard. Same area we saw Jay Willie in yesterday. Dudley, he told me, he said, man, this is my first time experiencing this Tennessee River ledge fishing.
You know, I caught a bunch of fish here. I think I pretty much caught all my weight here yesterday. I did catch some fish in some other spots, but I think all my weight ended up coming off this spot. But I mean, this school of fish that's sitting here, you know, I've been able to get them to fire the last 2 days, and I just can't get them to go right now. When I pulled up here this morning, I had some missed opportunities. They were nipping at it, and I do got 2 in the box right now, and we're gonna sit here till we get a limit. I mean, these fish are gonna fire here at some point. You know, I've come here the last 2 days, and I haven't come here until like 11 o'clock, and every time I pulled up here, I'd get a few. So we're just gonna kind of wait it out. I mean, when I was here yesterday, this school wasn't even as big as what I'm seeing right now, and I mean, I'm casting into, gosh, there's got to be probably 100 fish down there at least. I mean, they're just, you know, it's just a matter of putting it in front of one's face that wants to bite. And you know, I'm throwing just about everything I could think of at them, and we'll just keep rotating through baits and figure out what they want. Yesterday I caught them all, most of them here on that scrounger, and I've gotten some bites on it this morning, but you know, they're knocking slack in my line. I set the hook and they're just not there. So they're being a little finicky, and you know, I'm sure it's a lot of pressure, and I'm sure these fish here have seen a lot of baits, but we'll trick a few more into them, trick a few of them into biting here before we leave, and we'll go run around the rest of the day and probably come back and rotate through here a few times throughout the day. And you know, it seems like it's a matter of pulling up at the spot at the right time, and you can catch them real quick. But we're gonna keep after it, and hopefully we can get a few of these to go.
Dudley, I think the big cat is running around out on Pickwick Lake doing his thing. We hear he's finding some action this morning. So we're going to jump over to the big cat from Joel Willard here and see what Fat Cat's doing out on this cloudy morning on the Tennessee River.
All right, folks, here we are. Ross Rhodes. He's sitting out here in the middle on this sledge. Drop shot, just set there vertical fishing. I'm sitting here now watching him. He's watching his Humminbird and he's watching his Garmin. Ross, go into a little bit of what you're doing, bud.
Yeah, man, so I'm just drop shotting out here on this ledge. I got my Garmin Live Scope going and I got my Solix going. I'm running my Humminbird for my 2D and my map, obviously. Every time I call it spaghetti on the screen, which is just a fish. You know, I know that that's directly underneath the boat. The Garmin Live Scope is great for fanning around. I have it set at 70 feet, so I can see out 70 feet, and then, you know, I take my Ultrex off a spot lock and fan around, and we got a couple down here right now. It's been a decent morning. I've lost a couple. You know, I'm just this is all I got, so I'm putting all my marbles in here. So we'll see what happens, and
we're going to see what happens. It's funny. He says he's putting all his marbles into it. The past 2 days, he's been making that long run. Where you been running to the past 2 days? Why don't you tell him?
Yeah, I've been running to Bay Springs, and from counts, it's pretty much an hour because I'm running almost all the way to the end of Bay Springs. So, you know, I'm not fishing the mouth of Bay Springs where Tom Bigby runs in. So it was a long run. You know, the Nitro Mercury did great. I had no hiccups, thank goodness. And this place is huge, man. There's a lot of fishable water here.
Place is built like me and you, wall to wall, treetop tall. Hey, listen, you mentioned, can you tell the folks at home why you decided to fish down here instead of making that run? You said your conditions changed. Let's go into that real quick.
Yeah, so at Bay Springs in practice, you know, I'll be honest, the first 2 days I didn't really find much on Pickwick. So I'm like, let me go to Bay Springs, you know, it's available. And I fished shallow. I was fishing isolated wood, you know, any kind of timber you could see. I was still drop shotting. That's just what I have confidence in. And then that water got like almost 8 degrees warmer. And what I think it happened was it pushed those fish out deeper onto, you know, some brush piles I'm sure are out there. But, you know, obviously I didn't scan any of that stuff in practice because I had a pretty solid game plan, really. I mean, I was getting 30, 35 bites a day over there. So, you know, that's part of this deal, man. You just got to be able to adapt. And, you know, luckily I've been able to adapt. And, you know, I'm sitting okay right now. I'm right around 6.5, 7 pounds with 3 fish. So you know, I definitely need 2 more for sure, but I think we're going to get them. They're here, they're biting. It's just not fast and furious.
Right on, not fast and furious. He said what he's doing is obviously he's drop shotting, but he's letting it soak. He said he's keeping that down 3 to 4. You let that thing soak up to 5 minutes almost sometimes, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. You know, I'm looking at them, so if it's not in the water, you're not going to catch them. I mean,
that's good logic. I like the way you think. So listen, I'm going to set back. I'm going to let you catch a couple, and I'll get out of your hair. Anything you want to tell folks at home?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to everybody watching back home. You know, we just had our baby daughter, my wife Jennifer, and I, and you know, we couldn't be more thankful. Everything was healthy. Life's great, man. I have no complaints.
He's still got that new dad smell on him. Ha ha ha. All right, folks, let's watch Ross put one in the box.
The big cat getting up close and personal. And we had our first fat cat sniff. He actually just smelled someone live on camera. And from that, we get our first live look at Bud Clements today here on Pickwick Lake.
Oh, yeah. Come on, fish.
With fish.
That feels heavier for some reason. Same size. We'll get them. We're going to get them to go. For sure. It's just a matter of timing is all it is. If we ever get one going, golly, there's some giants sitting right there. That's where those big spots have been being, right on the corner of that grass.
Is he one of the only anglers is he down in Bay Springs?
He did make the long run, and he's the only angler in our top 10 that has been able to find that consistency at Bay. And you just heard him talk about that's where those big spots have been sitting. There's a huge population of spotted bass in Bay, as well as big largemouth. And Pug has been able to successfully make it work.
They're just staring at it, man.
Started the day in 10th place.
Not having any success getting one on the bite. Doesn't make any sense. When they're grouped up like that, they should bite. Especially that big.
Back over to Sean Murphy.
He's got a wild hook set.
I'll be honest, Dudley. I think it's the only direction his arms can move.
Look at him flexing for the camera right there. Check out my muscles. I think that was an
Murphy
intentional.
does a lot of work.
I think that was an intentional, like to the camera.
Murphy bringing the thunder. He's had more hook sets than anybody over the course of 3 days here on NPFL Live. That is for sure.
His quality is not the average quality has been good today for him. I feel definite no need in measuring that one.
Sticking with that jig. Of course, we have seen Sean with some fish catches this morning, but on the unofficial leaderboard, shows he's at 0. We're going to have, maybe get 2 or 3 of us together to have a talk with him. I'm not going to go into this alone.
No,
I'm not going to tell him I'm disappointed in him, but maybe as a group we can go talk to him after the weigh about not updating his weigh line. Maybe, maybe we flip the script a little bit. We get Gaston to go with us.
Give him a what do you call that little noogie?
I'm all about pop knots now. That's all.
Pop knots.
It's Pop Knot Saturday here.
Pop Knot Saturday.
You're just joining in.
I'll let you
Pickwick
go first.
Lake, presented by Progressive.
You give him a pop knot first, and I'll just watch.
For those of you at home, I have not Googled what that is. Hoping that you aren't doing that right now.
This will tell the age a little bit. What if he was to give us a noogie? Remember those? Where you hit somebody on their forearm just with your knuckle?
That's right. Everybody's older brother used to terrorize them with that move. Yeah. Yes. Uncles, brothers.
I'll let you go first on him.
No, it's not happening. Here's the thing. We're giving Murphy a hard time. I've been knowing Murphy a lot of years. He is a gentle giant. He's one of the nicest guys in this entire sport. Go from Murphy, who has worked a couple of offshore schools very consistently over 2 days, to a guy that made a big jump yesterday, Jesse Millsaps, a Georgia angler. We covered him on day one.
Yeah, it's been tough.
Yesterday
I didn't have a fish till 11 or 12 o'clock, and still seeing a lot of fish. The fish are still there. We're just dragging, trying to get a bite. And I don't think we've had a bite this morning. But I know the current's supposed to kick on about 11 or 12, something like that. So that's going to help things. The later day helped me a lot yesterday. So hoping today it kind of proves to be the same. These clouds, and even though there's clouds today, I think these fish they're set up, they're there, they're just not set up to feed yet. I'm seeing some on the active target and seeing them on the graph, so I know the fish are there. It's just a matter when they pull up to feed. It's a timing deal, and they kick that current on, it'll help us a lot.
What do you think it's going to take to finish on top?
I think, you're still, Brandon had a great lead on us. I think you're still going to have that, 17 to 18 pounds on top of what he had. He's going to catch them, I feel like. He knows the lake better than anybody here. Him and Michael Brewer. So, we're gonna catch all we can, and I would like my chances with another 16 to 18 pound bag today. I don't know if I could run him down, but at least I think I could have a solid top 5 finish and, stay up there in the championship, going to the championship. I think I come in 11th, so a good finish here is gonna help that case a lot. So maybe move up a place or two if we can get something going this morning.
it's just hard fishing when you're seeing the fish there and you know that they're there and they're just not biting. I dealt with it all yesterday morning the same way. It was like, you know, they're there. It's just they set up on these ledges the way they set up. I mean, if they're kind of off on the bottom where it flattens out and goes down. I mean, a lot of times those fish are not actively feeding. I mean, you're pretty much force feeding them if you get one to bite. But when that current kicks on, it makes them set up totally different. And when they kind of pull up on the right at the top lip where the ledge comes up and flattens out, when they set up there, they're set up to feed, and those fish can be caught.
Good stuff from Millsaps right there. And we're going to check in with the good folks that support the NPFL, our fine sponsors. And we'll be back with more live fishing from Pickwick Lake for stop number 4, the National Professional Fishing League, presented by Progressive, right after this.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result? A vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
$19.02 on day one. He needs 7 pounds, 15 ounces to take the lead. I don't think it's be a problem. How about this? 19 pounds, 15 ounces, 2-day total of 39 pounds, 1 ounce. Let's see some There's the move, Mark Schilling. 20 pounds, 9 ounces, a 2-day total of 30 pounds, 7 ounces, Mark Schilling. Sean Murphy looking for 23.08 to take the lead. Not quite, but a good day. 16 pounds, 1 ounce, a 2-day total, 31 pounds, 11 ounces.
Welcome back to Pickwick Lake. Jesse Millsaps.
He just do not want to bite. I say that, then I got railed.
Jesse.
He hit it and dropped it, though. He never held on to it.
Jesse started
I wonder what
in 6th place today.
I wonder if we could get Jimmy. He's been rotating lures. I wonder if we could get him to talk about the exact lures he's using. His rotation of lures would be pretty cool to know. He's been talking about lure rotation a lot this week.
And he certainly made an adjustment yesterday. You know, he had 11 pounds on day 1, but ended up with 17 yesterday, rocketing up into 6th place, heading into Showdown Saturday. Of course, Jesse.
He made a big adjustment, you know.
No, what was that? Did you hear that? Kind of sound like music or something.
You know, we covered Jesse a lot on day 1 here, Dudley. And
yeah, so I'm switching between a shaky head just with a Magnum trick worm. Then I switch it up between that and I'm throwing a drop shot with a Berkeley flatworm and the Berkeley Magnum, or not the Magnum, the hit worm on my drop shot. So I've been rotating those 2 baits. I have thrown the shuttlecock and a swim bait a little bit. I've caught 1 earlier this week on a shuttlecock, but the other stuff, I mean, it's been slow. It's been dragging more for me than it has been moving baits. I feel like yesterday I threw this shaky head a lot, and it seemed to me like I was, when I do get a bite, it's a little bigger than what I was catching on a drop shot. So I thought I would try to, I mean, I'm obviously today it's try to go for the win, so we're going to throw it, keep it in our hand a lot today. I just need 5 bites on it. But I throw a 1/4 ounce shaky head. They're made, I mean, one of my sponsors makes them. It's Dave's Lures. It's just like a spot remover, but he custom hand pours them. They got a little bit bigger hook in it for the worm because it's a bigger worm. You know, and then I've switched up and throwed the Magnum hit worm from Berkeley. So I mean, I've thrown that some in the dark colors. I've just run out of those. I don't have any more. So I've switched up to this yesterday when I run out of those, and they still bid it. So I'm gonna throw it for a while today, but that's mainly, I'm gonna rotate between those 2 baits all day. I mean, it's just predominantly gonna be the shaky head today, just because I feel like the fish have been pressured so much that when they do pull up, and you know, even though they've been pressured, I feel like with this I can get more bites versus a moving bait. It's just slow go until they kick that water on. I think now they're pulling like 9,000 something, and I think at 11 it's going to kick up to maybe 20 something thousand, I believe. You know, they're going to move it up, turn 4 or more, 3 or 4 on. So that's going to help out a lot. And then, you know, but when you're way up the river, I'm up above the Natchez Trace Bridge, and when you're up here, even though they kick it on there at 11, it may take it an hour to get to here before these fish actually feel the mass of it. So that's what's nice about having a long day and starting late, because if you started early, they're probably not going to feel that water until it's time for you to go in. At least when you're in a position we're in and getting started, Brad delayed us a little bit, which has helped out. And so I mean, that was a good call on his part, letting the water kick on and get to some of these places to help us out, because without the water flow, these fish are hard to catch.
So Jesse did make a bait adjustment. We saw him with a drop shot a lot on day 1. He went to a mag trick worm, a little bit bigger profile bait on a shaky hit, still finesse, but a little bit bigger profile to catch that 17 pounds yesterday. And something he alluded to there, if you're just joining us, the NPFL, the tournament director, Brad Fuller, they did make an adjustment this week. We blasted off at 8 a.m. every morning, and the weigh-ins, or the check-ins, have started at 4 p.m. Last flight checking in at 6 p.m. The reason being, you're hearing that there from Jesse, the current generation by the TVA typically gets better as the day goes on, which generates a lot of bites for these guys. The afternoon delight, we've referred to it the last couple of days, has been going down, and you heard that from Jesse there, he's closer to the Wilson Dam, up above the Natchez Trace Bridge, or as Fat Cat now refers to it, the Nacho Cheese Bridge.
Yes.
Getting closer to that.
He was hungry
current.
at that time, but
Yeah.
do you find it interesting listening to Millsaps talk about, kind of his 1-2 punch and what he's doing on some of these holes, how he alluded to the fact that the drop shot was not catching as the quality as the shaky head. Do you feel that the younger ones, the younger generation of bass, the smaller bass, are a lot more frisky and maybe suspend a little bit more, and we're up in that water column, and he noticed that the bigger ones were maybe down a little bit more? Or do you think there's anything to that, Luke?
I think so. I think he's just weeding through. These schools are so huge on some of these places. He's weeding through with a little bit bigger bait, but still keeping with that finesse mentality, and it's paying off so far big time for Jesse. Something I did hear him mention, he was talking about Perkins and Michael Brewer, one of our locals, and Brewer's making some moves this morning. We see Brewer with a little over 14 pounds. He's rocketed into our top 10. Wanted to give Brewer a little shout out there. One of our local favorites coming in, had a rough first day. We spent some time with him on day one, but rocketing up the leaderboard. And a guy that we've seen a lot of in the last 3 days, Joe Willard, Minnesota angler. Mining a couple different offshore stretches to get the bulk of his weight. Having a great time on Pickwick. So this is his first time getting to truly ledge fish. Hooked up.
Oh my gosh, he ate it on the way up. I was just trying to reel it in to make another cast. It's probably 2.5.
Another solid fish.
Yeah, Willard and
these things right away.
Murphy, they're
the quality.
You let them land into a couple of these Pickwick bass, it could be a major shakeup.
284.
Closer to 3 pounds there. Yeah, we've said it the last 2 days, just building that foundation early in the day. We just mentioned the long day. We're just at the 10:30 mark. Everyone in our top 10 checks in at 6 p.m. this evening, so a lot of time left to get it done on Pickwick Lake. Get Jay Willie on the scales there. We're going to take a look at our unofficial leaderboard.
Bigger than I thought he was.
Weigh Live app. All of our anglers are encouraged to enter their estimated weights. And so far this morning, not a lot of change at the top here on Showdown Saturday. Brandon Perkins came in today with a large lead, and he has been able to get a fast limit this morning and culled a couple of times, and now he's still holding on to that top spot. Bryant Smith, the California angler. Second place, Jay Willie, we just visited with, holding down that third place spot. Local angler, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee's Michael Brewer. In fourth place, David Popknot Gaston. In fifth place, Mark Schilling. In sixth, Timmy Reams. In seventh, Jim Jones. In eighth place, Sean Murphy. In ninth, and rounding out our top 10 unofficially, Mike Como. Dudley, your guy from yesterday. He fished a unique pattern, but it just didn't work out for him yesterday. He was making a little bit of a move here on Showdown Saturday so far in the 10:30 hour. What are you thinking?
You know, I talked to him again yesterday and asked him. He is seeing a lot of bass on that shell bed that he's been fishing. He said he wasn't going to give up on it. He knows they're there. And I think if, again, we keep referring to the bait adjustment, talking to him yesterday, he made a change just with the size of his weight, and it clued him in a little bit. I know he struggled yesterday, but when he made that weight change, he ended up catching a couple of those fish, lost a good one. So love seeing Mike up there in that top 10, and wouldn't surprise me at the end of the day if he doesn't stay well up into the top 10.
And a guy that made a big adjustment yesterday, picked up the 10XD, caught
threat
4 bass for over 20 pounds. Mark Schilling.
I think his hands must have got wore out.
I was gonna say you did. We're not seeing him with the 10XD
He's
right
gonna
now.
have to get his wife to massage his hands for like 2 days after.
She's going to give him a hard time about that.
Mm-hmm.
Mark doing the bulk of his damage cranking down on the lower end of Pickwick.
I think it's a smart move, though. You know, even if those bass are sitting there, you know it and I know it. You got to give them a different look. If you see a hot dog coming across that.
Biggin. Oh, yeah. It's a big one. Come here, girl.
Wow.
Choked it.
When Schilling swings,
oh gosh,
he shows what Pickwick is all about.
Get in here. Get in here.
Atta boy.
Get in here. Yes.
Bam.
Choked it. Son. Look at that, 5-pounder. Boom. Boom. Number 2, baby. Look at that. Look at that.
I'm going to say that's north of 5 pounds, Luke.
Right here. I told you, Rick, there was some rock right there. Oh my God, that was awesome. Oh, that was awesome. I'm shaking like a leaf.
Mark Schilling with all the
3/4
fireworks.
ounce. Strike
for the
King
last 2
football head
days.
jig. I switched it up with a Strike King trailer. Give me a second, I gotta catch my breath, man. I felt it coming up that ledge. I'm gonna tell you a story. You ready? This right here, cranking and big jigs. I learned this because my buddy Shane Moore invited me to go with him on these trips to Mexico. Shane and Denny Brower, there's a group of us that go every year. And when you fish those big rocks offshore, you really learn how to do this right here. And I went on a trip to Comadero with one of my good buddies, John McCalmont. And we got on this rock pile just like this. And every time I'd set the hook, I'd catch a 5-pounder. Every time he set the hook, he was catching 7s, 8s, 10s. And he told me, you have to get it on that rock and let it sit there. And he goes, I watched you, you're moving it too fast. So when I hit that rock, I stopped it. And when I popped it off the rock, he ate it. And I was thinking, when I was sitting on that rock, I was thinking, John told me to work it slow. Golly, that was awesome. That goes out to John McCalmont. Good friend, one of my great friends. got close to 10 pounds on 2 fish. It's a hell of a start. It's a great start right there. 10:30. Got that big one yesterday at 10. God, that was awesome. So let me tell you, one thing with these fish, you keep cranking through here, sometimes it'll spook them a little bit. So I've gone up and down here 3 or 4 times.
There we go.
I wanted to give it a little bit of a rest and come in with a subtle presentation and throw a big football head jig. That's going to get you a big bite.
Listen up, folks.
So we'll take it easy, gives my wrist a little break, and do this for a few minutes, and then we'll go back to cranking. And I'll probably have to alternate a little bit, but come 2 o'clock, it's going to be cranking.
Very important 4 or 5
Now
sentences
this
there.
is a brand new rod I just got from my Southwestern Parts, from Shane Moore at Southwestern Parts. This is a brand new G Loomis. They just came out the NRX Plus. And this is the 7.5 Fast Heavy, and it's an 894C. And I love this rod. So I use X Prides, and I mean, these are so expensive. I just got a few of these. But for bottom contact, these G Loomis are just amazing. These NRXs are, I think, the best on the market by far. Whew, son. Oh, that was awesome. I felt that rock. It's actually right here. I need to get back on it.
Great stuff from Mark Schilling, Dudley. When he swings, you've got to be paying attention because he can shake things up for sure on Showdown Saturday. Every fish over 4 pounds for the last 2 days, I feel like. Holy cow.
Think about, we talked about that at the opening of the show. He is 7 hook sets, all 4 to 6 pounds.
Unbelievable.
7 fish caught in a row, all 4 to 6 pounds. That just,
And burning the least amount of gas from anybody in our field. We're going to go from Mark Schilling over to our buddy Timmy Reams, your only hope in getting a steak dinner. Shallow water angler. Timmy Reams working some offshore grass. Offshore but shallow, Dudley.
I got 3 sushi dinners off of you already this week, so I'm on.
Timmy has mined the vibrating jig hydrilla pattern.
As soon as it hit the water. It's going to be close, huh?
Look how black. See how black he is? That fish has been up there. Number 4.
That's number 4 for Tony. Oh, no.
4.
We have seen Reams work this stretch back and forth for 2 days now. And this area, Dudley, we spoke about it yesterday, super popular area. It's another major tournament won in this area earlier this year, and huge population of bass, so no surprise to see Reams doing well.
Uh-oh. I'll be spot locking right about now.
Look how black. See how black he is? That fish has been up there. Number 4.
From Reams, we're going to check back in with Joe Willard. Joel started the day in 4th place. Willard hooked up.
Oh.
Spinning rod, a familiar scene with him.
Oh, it's a good one. Got you.
Another good fish, good quality.
Only 2.5. Number 4. Patience, patience, patience.
Building that foundation, talking about patience, and he has till 6 p.m. tonight to upgrade. Great start for the 3rd day in a row for the Minnesota angler.
He has been very good about updating his. You must have slipped him a.
I did have a long talk with him. I
Or something.
talked to him for a long time yesterday, and Joel he's such a great angler. He's had a lot of tournament success all over the country. We're proud to have him here on the NPFL. Joel and his running mate, travel partner, Greg Mansfield, document all their tournament exploits for the Sickness YouTube channel. While Joel re-rigs, gets ready to go. We are going to find out why the fire alarm's going off in the building here as we take a look at commercials.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to y'all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack plate.
It's the steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Shallower, I thought the current may not affect it as much. Maybe that they would be more fish in here. It's a great shell bed though. I mean, as you can see, I'm coming through all the shells right now.
Welcome back to Pickwick Lake, where the anglers are hoping they can catch fire, and we thought we were going to just a few minutes ago. If you heard that before the break, there's one thing that is for sure with live coverage, you never know what you're going to get, and someone pulled the fire alarm in the building that Dudley and I are in, and Dudley actually picked me up and carried me out of the building to safety, so it was quite the moment. Definitely closer forever now, bonded for life, I feel like.
I definitely did not want to lose low budget live. Yes, I did not want your voice to be hurt in any shape or way. I didn't want you smelling smoke or any smoke ventilation. So we are good to go.
It was much appreciated, Dudley. You had my back, and that was very, very good to know.
Lighter than I thought, Luke. Lighter than I thought.
Really? I'm winning on Showdown Saturday, it sounds like. Millsaps getting ready to make a move here. Look over to David Gaston.
Do what?
Quick bite this morning, now it's a little slow.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've had a bunch of bites today. They load up and come off. So, oh well. They all feel good, so you really can't say nothing. You got to see them to at least make an accurate judgment on what it was. Who knows? I mean, this morning, that big one I caught, I had 3 bites, same cast. Or 3 casts in a row, had 3 bites, and then he got it the last. That time I threw it in there, so.
You prefer the overcast conditions?
Yes. Anytime you shallow, overcast is always your friend, and a little wind.
I wonder if that sucker right there will bite.
Covered
Just a random fish
Clements?
swimming on the bottom.
Down in Bay Springs Lake.
Oh man, there they are right there. I don't think those are bass. Yeah, they are too. A whole bunch of them right here, dude. Let's get this thing started right here. What do you say? Yep, here they come. Guaranteed he ate it.
Let's see one of them big spots. Come on, brother.
Yeah, that's a start. We got the goose out anyway, huh? Look at there. I told y'all. There's like 7 of them right there. Maybe we can just finish the limit real fast and get out of here. I gotta measure that little dude. That's 12, Brad. It's actually 13. That's number 1 anyway. Darn, took long, huh? Okay. I throw green pumpkin today. I have gotten right on top of these fish. Dadgummit. Shoot.
I'd like him
First
to
fish I
explain,
caught
because
all week on
typically
green
spotted bass don't
I literally got my boat right
relate
on
to
top
much
of it.
grass. Wonder if we could get his cameraman for him to get a little bit more
followed
specific
it down
if
right
he's
under the
looking at
boat.
structure or grass.
Man, he's living on it right there. This looks like I got on top of him. I didn't know that little pile was even there, to be honest with you. Just happened to see it when the spotlight was spinning around. I said, what's that? Dang. Probably could have limited out right there if I
that
went down on top
forward-facing
of him.
sonar.
It's all right. The biggins is living up there in that driller. Yep, I see one right now. 65 foot from the boat, right on the backside. I think they're on the piles today better than the grass, but the thing is I'm seeing them in the grass. They're not biting.
Dudley's
Fish
fishing
that
down a
don't
grass
bite don't
line,
do
got
you
a little bit
lot
of
of
brush
good.
mixed in as well. Sounds like the fish are moving around a lot with this cloud cover.
If you know what I mean. see a great big one right there.
Back over to Big Bad John. John Soukup is working a topwater pattern.
See these big waves coming through? It'll ruin what we're wanting to do. It'll shake those fish up for a second. I mean, it could help, but typically, I don't think he's gonna keep.
14 inches.
Yeah. Didn't even have it inside the mouth at all. Look at that, just went to slap at it. Aha! Bro. Dangerous cruiser boat.
I know, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's 14. Yep.
Well, we got that out of the way. Now it's starting again.
Like a non-keeper there for
I'm sure I
hook up.
Wave came right in.
Yeah.
It was nuts.
We saw a little bit of
I
this
mean,
on
I-
day one.
I think I could do this and limit out
He's
today.
running around, fishing shallow.
But I think I'd be
So we'd
fishing
see him
for.
back out deep. I know he did use this program and practice some.
You can put this.
Talking to
You can
John
record
before the
something. I got
event.
something you can record. Tell me when you're ready.
He thought this would play
Okay.
to be able to help him catch some keepers.
I think the inner struggle that I'm having today is to fish fish for second place and a whole lot more money than 10th, which possibly
surprising.
would drop me.
He's
If I
been
blank,
fixing it
I'll
up a
probably
little
drop
bit.
out of the money.
You know,
so
of
I
course,
need to still catch
with it-
one, but or go in and catch a 10
utilizing
pounds
electronics and
a lot of angler of the year
staying
points.
shallow a little bit.
That's the struggle, because I feel like I could do this right here today nonstop and get 10, max 12 pounds, which is as bad as fishing's been. That sounds pretty good, but I'll have no potential of jumping into second place. I'll have no potential of anything like that if I commit to this, unless I came across some big smallies somehow, fishing areas I've never been. So that's the struggle that I got right now, is that inner decision, fish for angler of the year points, or do you fish for money right now? So at the moment, I'm gonna go back offshore and let that spot speak to me a little bit about what the fish are doing with their personalities, and we'll go from there.
Little boat to boat, the Big Cat to Michael Brewer, one of our local favorites coming into the event. Unofficially right now, it's 7th place, making big moves today. A little shy of 15 pounds already on Showdown Saturday. As we head into the top of the hour, Dudley, we're going to take a look back some of the morning's action. from the Tennessee River here. Counts, Tennessee. Pickwick Lake, stop number 4, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Got him. Yes. Number 5.
Brian Smith, who we've seen execute with a lot of consistency
Big
all
in.
3 mornings.
Get in here. Get in here. Get in here.
Take
Look at that.
quality
5-pounder.
over
Boom.
quality. Pickwick Lake.
Number 2, baby.
Found the pig ledge.
And the man, Brandon Perkins. Joe Willard, our most consistent anglers as well, here in the top 10. Man of the day, Brandon Perkins, our local favorite coming in to this event. And I'm getting word that the Big Cat called up with one of our other local favorites who had a tough day 1, Michael Brewer, but is making a charge on Showdown Saturday.
All right, folks, here we are. We're back here in the marina where we saw Michael Brewer yesterday. Back here today doing the same thing. Cloud cover. You would have thought cloud cover was going to mess things up or what? I don't even know. I'm going to let him talk.
Yeah, I kind of thought it would be slow with the cloud cover. I thought, like, I don't know, I just figured it was putting them in the shade around these docks better. But obviously, I'm catching them out in front of it, so it don't matter out of the brush. So I guess they're still here eating, obviously.
Uh-oh. Run down a little bit. Give us an idea. Is that Big Belly Kelly right there? I was about to say. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't hit me. Look. Uh-oh. Look at this. That's one of them small brush piles right there, right?
Yeah, that's what them big bass was on when I come in here this morning. They was eating right out there for a minute.
He said he was catching them here yesterday, catching them on this side. Why do you think the fish are sticking right around this area, Michael?
Only thing I can think of is this brush. This outside dock we've got history with. Like I said, my son over here, they've done really good in high school events this time of year. And it's just from, I guess, all the brush here in the water has made it better. I don't know. That's my take on it. But like I was telling you yesterday, it was a lot of bait right here. And it seemed like majority of the fish was like within 3 or 4 slips right here just chasing. Like the bigger fish was chasing some bait around right here.
It was funny earlier when we pulled up on him. He said when he came here this morning, he knew he was coming here this morning. We talked to him yesterday. He was saying it's hard to make a decision because you have so many options on your home body water and having all this experience. Matter of fact, yeah, you were telling a story about yesterday about the brush pile. You were making a rundown. You're like, oh, that's right, I forgot that brush pile. What happened when you remembered to go hit that brush pile?
Caught everything I had. I went in there and just first cast, it was just busted 1 over 2, and then it was just on from there. I just fish after fish, and yeah, I was kicking myself for not stopping there the first day when I had those 3 decent fish and weighed in 3 fish like a bonehead.
Like a bonehead, he said. One thing cool about this here, like I said, he knew he was coming here this morning. He said when he started up here working his way down, it was a whole lot slower than he was anticipating until he got to the back. And it's funny, down here, a little surprise, the family is here. BNC knew this would be his first spot. He's got his family right here in the marina rooting him on, which has got to be special, right?
Oh, it's been fun. They got to, like I said, they was sitting over in the car in the parking lot. They didn't get to see me catch most of them, but my little girl told me I caught a 12-incher, and she said, quit catching small ones, Daddy, catch a big one. I said, well, I'm going to catch a big one. This cast I threw over and caught my second biggest fish, so it was pretty fun.
Right there, boom, goes the dynamite. That's what it's all about. I couldn't imagine. And do me one more thing, brother, and I'll leave you alone. I want to know what that big thing is you're throwing right there.
It's a finesse.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's a, well, you stumped me there for a minute. This stuff I've got going on, it's like, you can ask me a question where I've been dizzy and stuff.
Oh,
it's like,
right.
it takes a minute to register. It's that KVD bull worm. It's that, what is it, like 13 inches or something, 12, 13-inch bull worm.
It's a hoss. I know that. It is definitely a hoss. And if you see how he's catching them on them, if you want some of those, FishermanCentral.com's probably got all you want. How much time are we going to spend here today, Michael?
Probably 30 more minutes. I've got to go hunt for a big fish. I got to make up some points. I've had a couple of back-to-back bad tournaments, and I would like to be in that top 10. I got my work cut out, but if I think I go bust a couple more fives, I might give it a run.
10-4, Big Daddy. We're going to let you get back to work, get some more of them big belly Kellys in here in that fully loaded live well. Duncan, Dudley, back to y'all.
Good stuff there from the Big Cat and Michael Brewer.
Update.
Very familiar with Pickwick Lake. Back to our local favorite.
We're struggling. No, I mean, I don't make anything easy, ever. And I do, so all my buddies that are watching, family, buddies, all that, they know that I typically underestimate my fish. And they probably think I got about 14 or 15 in the box right now, and I do not. I sat down and I weighed every one of them so that my wife would know what I had and not have a meltdown all day. So what I'm showing is exactly what I have on my scale. I lost one good upgrade fish. Right now I've got like a 1.4, it's a 140 on my scale, and that's my small one. And I lost a good 1.5 pound upgrade. I mean, it was a 212, 214, close to a 3. I mean, it was a solid fish. I lost just a little bit ago. The hole I've been catching them on all week, I had left it. I've been fishing it about 5 or 6 times a day. And each time I pull up, after I let them reload, reschool, each time I pull up, I've either caught or lost a big one. And I left it, gave them a break, and just rolled back to it. And there's a competitor sitting on it. So, you know, I don't, it's tough deal. Like, you just don't know, you know, I know he's fishing for a check too. So, I just would, you know, it just makes you curious. Like, nobody's been on it all week. Nobody's made a cast on it competitor-wise. So it does make you wonder. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, man, but it's a tough break. And then all of a sudden, mentally, it puts me in a spot that I don't, you know, I'm not liking right now. But it's nothing that a 5-pounder won't cure right quick. And I'm throwing on a good pile right here. I've got a lot of good memories on this hole right here. And it ain't what it used to be. And it's an afternoon delight, but I rode by it, nobody was on it, and they're down there. They're not set up exactly right, but I feel like you can, you know, if I can get some going, that you can get them fired up. But man, like I said, this ain't gonna be easy. It's 11:08, due in at 6. I mean, I'm good. I got 2 fish I need to get rid of to have a respectable bag, not a good bag at all. I got 2 3-pounders. I've got like a 2.5, maybe 2.5, and then I've got like a 2 1/4, and then a baby. I mean, it is a tiny baby. And if I can get rid, I mean, you know, we talked about it a second ago. If I can get rid of the 140 for, you know, with like a 5, I mean, that's a 3.5 pound coal. 3.5 pounds on what I have right now, puts me close to the weight I thought it would take to win. So in my mind right now, I need like 2 4-pounders to put myself in where I wanted to be before the tournament started. 2 4-pounders is not like I'm going back to the dock to eat pizza if I catch 2 4s. Like I'm gonna try to lay it to them today, but it ain't easy. But all my buddies, family, my wife especially, what I'm showing is what I have. I want you to know that. So it is not close to being over. But I'm not done yet either.
Dudley, we're hearing Perkins there kind of talking through his game plan, what he thinks he'll need weight-wise, and something that jumped out and something that is a variable on the Tennessee River, boat pressure, tournament pressure. But he was saying we don't have a cut, you know, all anglers hooked up.
Wacko every now and then he'll give up, and then he'll go wacko some more. Making sure. Yeah. Man, them dudes are strong though. And he's hooked. Goofy. Calm down, bro. We're gonna let you go. Dude, my hands can't take another killer stripe. Sometimes all it takes is something like that right there. I mean, I picked up a
Perkins landing a white
stripe
bass there.
catching bait.
But Dudley, hearing him,
see if we can't get him going.
In our format, we do not have a cut on day 3. We have all of the hooked up again. Brandon Perkins. Oh,
Jumped
no.
again for y'all, just so you know. I've had some trouble today, man. I had that one broke my treble hook. Like broke a complete. So.
This is when you want to be back in there
Tough.
quick.
You get them going.
You know it.
That's right.
And then something like that happens. I had
yeah.
Wasn't even a big one. 2.5, no, it was the one pushing 3. It was a solid one, but it was not a big one. It's almost completely straightened my jig hook and came off. And then that one right there, when I get this treble hook off and another one on, I'll drop the treble and show you. Supposed to be 3 treble hooks there. We have 2 now. Missing right there, man. That's exciting. So we're gonna be all right. Let's see here. Slap another one of these owner stinger trebles on here. We will be golden.
Dudley, little stroke of bad luck there. Had a competitor get on one of his spots he was letting rest. Lost a couple fish. You hear him talking about that. You can see the wheels turning, as we do so often on Showdown Saturday when these guys are trying to land that $50,000 first place prize. But Perkins still unofficially with a large lead right now. Well, a lot of fishing time left, but certainly dealing with things this morning. It's going to be interesting to watch the rest of the day here on NPFL Live. And we're going to take a quick break to get a look at our fine sponsors. And we'll see you on the other side for more Pickwick Lake action. Stop number 4 of the NPFL presented by Progressive Insurance.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result? A vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
$19.02 on day one. He needs 7 pounds, 15 ounces to take the lead. I don't think it's be a problem. How about this? 19 pounds, 15 ounces, 2-day total of 39 pounds, 1 ounce. Let's see some fish. There's the move, Mark Schilling. 20 pounds, 9 ounces, a 2-day total of 30 pounds, 7 ounces, Mark Schilling. Sean Murphy, looking for 23.08 to take the lead. Not quite, but a good day. 16 pounds, 1 ounce, a 2-day total, 31 pounds, 11 ounces.
We can go back to Perk. And we're back to Brandon Pickwick Perkins, the local favorite coming into the event. And our leader headed into Showdown Saturday, and he has not turned loose of that lead so far on day 3. A lot of fishing time left for these guys and a lot of time left for us on live. We will be
Might
with
break
you
this
until
one
2
off.
p.m. Central Time.
But I'm going to fish it up this ledge because I think they're sitting on the side.
Oh, slow. Biggin. That's a spot. I thought for sure that was gonna be a largemouth. There we go. That'll get it started. It's a good one, man. Fan optics. Largemouth been like 6 pounds as hard as that thing fought. All right. I can't, like, it's crazy, like, fish. I was literally vertical over those fish. There's like 3 of them in that little stump in 12 foot of water, just sitting right on top of them. And just let the drop shot, just lay there. Not moving it, shake, nothing. Just literally just lay there still. And then, for whatever reason, it ate it. Like a bed fish. Pretty cool, man. Little drag stripper. I mean, you could literally sit there and watch that fish turn circles around that bait, just like a bedfish, just round and round and round, and look at it.
Of a dude trying to get a fish to bite that don't want to cooperate for some reason. What's wrong with them? See how long I had to fish that place up there though to get 2 bites?
Okay.
Just like to hear his horn, I guess. Oh, that might be a bite. It is a bite. I don't know what that was. I was wrapped around something. Now it's back over here. And whatever it was, it just come loose, so. Felt good. I wasn't for sure what it was. I just lost, like, it is a bite. One come back and got it. Look at this. Oh my gosh, a good one too. He's a keeper. Get up in this boat. Number one. He's long and skinny. I believe the first one was a bite. We don't care how long and skinny they are, do you get 5? Oh yeah, he's almost 17 inches. Keeper number one. Dang, he's skinny. He's a rail. But right now, huh? So one actually hit it, and I think it dropped it and tangled me in some stuff. And then as it come free, that fish grabbed it. That was weird. It was like I was in some stuff and it come free. And I really think a fish had it before that, because I lost contact with the worm, which a lot of times that's what happens. The ideal thing is to hurry up and get back out there whenever you hook one like that, but the worm messed up, so we got to redo it. But yeah, so no, I was dragging and I lost contact. And when I lost contact, it either got hung into something or something. I thought a fish had it, and when it freed and went to the bottom, that fish grabbed it. So it must have just triggered a strike, which is great. We need his buddies to trigger a strike with him. They're starting to go to the bottom, the fish, because that's 3 bites in the last 30 minutes. So something's changed, something actually made them go to the bottom and start to feed a little bit, or something happened. I know the water kicked on at 11, but it's just 11:20. I don't think it had time to make it here. This is too far. It's just a long ways up the river, so. He'll help. He will help. He will help. Get rid of the real little guy. Nice. I saw a few down there. Still having to go real slow with that Nico rig. I mean, barely moving that thing. There's not as much current as I thought there'd be. But just peck away at it. Gosh, that looks exactly like a fish I caught the other day. Had a little black spot right on its head. Number one. See if we can get a few more out of that group. Like I said, there was only 6 or 7 of them over there, but they were in the right spot. I would love them to eat a swim bait or a hair jig or something cool like that, but we got barely any wind. Not very much current right now. And overcast skies. So I want to stay on the bottom, and I want to go slow. Hopefully we can pick up a few more. Up to probably right at 10 pounds so far this morning, which I'm happy with. I mean, that's a good little starter bag and a lot of room to make some ground up. Just need to land on one of those schools that got some 3-pounders. I fished for one of those schools and I couldn't get them to bite. They were in a totally different spot, kind of suspended off the side, really close to the ledge. And when I caught them yesterday, they were up on top of the bar, and it was every cast. It was a lot of fun, but I think we're gonna need a little more wind or a little more current to get those fish up there. Hopefully by the end of the day. Just kind of going slow right now. That mid-morning is just, middle of the morning, midday, has just been brutal for me. And I'm just trying to get some bites right now. Going as slow as I can. And it sucks too, because I want to go, you know, just keep running through spots, but, and we will do that eventually, but right now, we're gonna keep this thing on the bottom. Try to get a few bites while we can before they start biting. They should bite this afternoon really good. Got some storms coming in that seem to really get them fired up when those storms blow through, and during and right after. Just gotta be on the right place at the right time. Have those fish pull up and be feeding and
from Bryant Smith, we're going to take a look at the big cat, fat cat out on the water, caught up with our Angler of the Year leader, Nick Provenzak, coming into the Pickwick event. Let's hear from the big cat and Nikki P.
All right, folks, here we are. We're still back in the same creek around that marina where Michael Brewer was. On our way out, we noticed Nick Provenzak was in here as well. He was about to pull his motor up and put the hammer down to make that move. I said, hey, hold on a minute. Let me holler at you for a second and see what's going, being you are the leader of the Progressive AOY. What's happening? Just talk to us. Give us something.
Well, there's a lot of people walking around the docks now. There's a lot of movement. Boats are leaving and that. There's also a lot of kids fishing and adults fishing. So there's a lot of pressure on these fish right now. I've caught several fish. I don't know, like 10, but I've only got 2 keepers. So one of them's a good one, though. I haven't had any good ones all week. So if I can just get a limit, I'm going to have a good, decent bag. But I need to get 3 more.
All right, you're about to make a run. How far of a run are you about to make?
Well, I wanted to have a limit here, then I was going to run to Bay Springs, but I only got 2, but I'm still running.
Okay, real question for you. I'll let you go. What's more important right now for this tournament? Winning money or them AOY points?
Both. Both. You need the money and the AOY points, but I really wanted to get a limit here, then go for big ones down Bay. But right now, I just need to get a limit.
All right, folks, you heard it from the AOY Progressive. I can't even get the words out. I'm so excited for the Progressive AOY leader. This dude is about to put the hammer down. Fisherman Central Pro, Nick Provenzak, Dudley Duncan, back to you guys.
And Nick Provenzak fixing to make a run down to Bay Springs Lake, where we find Pug Clements.
Pug utilizing the forward-looking imaging.
The biggest thing is when it's tough like this,
see
like
some of
you
these
just gotta stay
magnum
patient,
spots.
man, 'cause, I mean, you know they gotta eat at some point in the day. If not, they starve to death. So that's the grass right there. There he is right there. Oh yeah. Dang, I fricked that up. This poor little fella. There's a pile of them right there down there. Just 15 and a half. Ow. Spunky little fella. Bruh, really? That's 2. We're getting there. We're getting there. We know where some live. We just got to get on the bike. Swap from morning dawn to green pumpkin, and they seem to be biting green pumpkin. I don't know. Throwing this cold all week. And we don't want to pull that board out too much more. I'm not complaining, I'm just saying. We're gonna sell some live scopes today. I'm telling you right now, we're gonna sell some. Them people right there, if you don't have that deal, man, that is a cool tool right there. And drop shotting, it ain't sexy. But nobody at the dance will dance with you. Sometimes you just gotta take your cousin or not go. You know what I'm saying? And I tried and tried to get fish to bite other things. And I just kind of got keyed in on a drop shot, man. I don't like it. But that fish, there they are. God, there's a bunch of them right there. That fish pulled that school.
Dropping straight knowledge on us there, Dudley.
There's a pile of them right there on that grass edge. Right here. All that right there is fish. All those glowing dots, all fish. I missed a cast that time. That big one yesterday was actually in the middle of that grass, like up there, very shallow. They're just chilling right on that edge, man. A bunch of them.
Dudley, I think it's time for a little bass tank breakdown. The folks at the Bass Tank, of course, they are live scope experts. A lot like Pug Clements, we're seeing Pug utilize that live scope. Talk about this forward-facing technology and what Pug is looking for in this situation.
Well, Pug is in an area called Blue Springs, and it's known for a lot of spotted bass, and it's got quite a bit of offshore structure, not necessarily ledge structure, but he is utilizing the forward-facing, actually looking in grass. If you saw just a moment ago, there was one isolated clump of grass, those bass and you can see it like a sheer wall of grass that he's pointing to actually right there, and he can actually see them. With old school 2D sonar, Luke, we would just be like, there's grass over there, you know, just seeing a bunch of clutter.
Just showing you what's directly under you.
Right. And now he's able to isolate casts and sit there and pinpoint them and pretty much call your shot. You know your lure's around fish at all times. You're not wasting time with the cast, possibly throwing where they are absolutely not. So it's more of also a time saver, Luke, right? You know, utilizing time more effectively throughout the course of the day, knowing that your lure is around fish at all times.
Helps with that confidence as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the folks at the Bass Tank, of course, electronics experts for all things electronics in the marine world. The Bass Tank out in Oklahoma, we appreciate them sponsoring the Bass Tank Breakdown. And as we close the Bass Tank Breakdown, I have to ask you, do you agree that drop shotting is like taking your cousin to a dance?
I'm going to have to bypass on that one, my brother. Yeah.
wanted the double D take on that, but you're going to pass.
Pass.
Okay, that's fine. Never heard that one before. Comparing the drop shot to taking your cousin to the dance.
It's like settling for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich is what he's saying. When you're in the dating world.
I don't think that's anything like what he's saying.
No, well, if you're in the dating world,
peanut butter and jelly's delicious.
Lord have
Pug
mercy.
hooked up
with a giant too.
It's like a 6-pounder, man. There's 3 of them though. A tree, just like this. Come here, come here. Get in here! Yes! Pump that.
Wow.
Huh? Give me some right there. Smells like money, baby. Yes! It's got Brandon Polnick's picture on it, so you know it's good. Shout out, Brandon Polnick. Oh, man. Oh, I freaked out when that fish jumped, bro. I couldn't believe it was that big, man. It wasn't 6, but whew, it's a good one. Like, heart's pumping right now, man. Holy cow. Whew. Look at that, spinning rod, 1/4 ounce weight, little bitty hooks, big fish. I think David Dudley made like a career off of spinning fishing, man. I ain't against if Dudley can catch them like that. Hey, anybody can.
Oh, that was like a super passive-aggressive shout-out. I like that one.
Wow.
I really like that one. You got excited when you heard your name, and then you came right back down. I watched that in person. It was beautiful.
I'm going to tell you what's crazy.
Deflate.
There's 2 more on that same tree, just like that. Same size. Thank you, Lord. Oh, man. Love this stuff, dude. I need to find a tree again. I don't know where it was, man. Oh, I'm just going to throw up there for a minute. Oh, that's one right there. Come on, Schilling. See these big sons down there, those aren't bass. Like, whatever those are, this in this tree is bass. Whatever those things are dwarf that fish I just caught. I don't know what they are, if they're carp or, I don't know. I just seen another big one suspended up in this tree. Like, I literally just might go out here and look at these trees and try to find more like that. There he is on the bottom right there. That ain't near far enough. I'm too jacked up right now. See, I took his friend. He's all upset and he's just swimming away. He's mad. Dude, that's them right there. See him? Oh my gosh, bro. Dude, this is... Come on.
Great camera work. Showing exactly, look at those fish.
Oh my gosh, those are giants, man. Holy cow, those are giants. Here he comes, here he comes, here he comes, here he comes. Eat it, eat it. Come on, there he is.
That's awesome.
He ain't that big, but he's a good one.
Spot.
Well, there's spotted
Bro, there's
bass
big ones
to
right
go
there.
with the
I'm
healthy
talking about like
largemouth
7-8 pound big ones like that. That's not one of the ones that's falling it down. Ain't complaining, I'll take it. That's 5. We ain't complaining.
Pug certainly the most consistent angler down in the Bay Springs area. Made it work out in that standing timber. And while Pug adds to that fully loaded live well, we're going to take a look at our sponsors to make the NPFL Live possible. We'll see you back here on Pickwick Lake for more live action right after this.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to you all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack boat.
The steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to the National Professional Fishing League Live here at Pickwick Lake, presented by Progressive Insurance. Getting caught back up with our leader and local favorite, Brandon Perkins. Birthday boy this week, turned 40 years old and wants to bring home this NPFL Shield trophy for a birthday gift for his family for sure this week. $50,000 check. Take a look at our leaderboard unofficially. Right now, Perkins still sitting on top with about a 7-pound lead over Sean Murphy in second place, the Kentucky angler. Jay Willie in third place. Mark Schilling in fourth. Bryant Smith, Timmy Reams, Michael Brewer, another one of our local favorites coming into the event, making a push today on Showdown Saturday. David Gaston slipping a little bit to 8th place. William Fletcher, a name we saw yesterday on our unofficial leaderboard a few times during the day, working a topwater program yesterday. Fat Cat caught up with him. In 9th place today, unofficially with 11 pounds, and rounding out the top 10, Jim Jones. Another angler that flirted with that top 10 unofficially most of the day yesterday. Did not start Showdown Saturday, officially in the top 10. Of course, everything becomes official this evening, starting at 4:30 p.m. Pickwick Landing State Park, the drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough. We will crown a champion. 2 tournaments going on here, Dudley. The battle for first, and then that 36th place $9,000 check. Top 36 will all go home with a payday here at Pickwick Lake.
Me and you talked about this, looking at the Angler of the Year, standings, and looking at today's game. We talked about to win Angler of the Year, there's 18 days that you have to perform. You can't slip up one of the 18 days, because if you slip up one of the 18 days, you're more than likely you're not going to win Angler of the Year. As of right now, we know he's in Soukup is sitting on 0. Now, he did that day 1 and then come in, but we're almost at 12 o'clock, and he is sitting on 0, and Nick is only 3 points behind him, and Keith Carson is making his little climb. Headed into Game 5, if Soukup doesn't hook up, it's liable to get a little tight. I could just tell you that right now.
Well, every bit of distance that Brandon Perkins creates between himself and John, he was 5th coming into AOY. Brandon, of course, on top. David Gaston right there in the mix.
Hey, let's think about this. Brandon was 30 points behind. Unofficially, right now he's only 7 points behind, headed into the next term. Unofficially, but, let's get real. We can kind of
speculate a little bit.
We can see a little bit of the game that's happening. So, interesting.
One thing's for sure with Hookup, he's not going to be sitting on 0 at the end of the day. He's got a long day. The top 10 all due in at 6 p.m. to Pickwick Landing State Park, and I feel like John will make the right adjustments. He'll make the right moves. So good with his electronics. We see him back off the bank now. Not a surprise.
Definitely not a surprise.
We go from Hookup, Soukup, the winner of 2 of our first 3 events here on the NPFL. We go to our leader trying to win event number 4, Brandon Perkins. On the Big Spoon program.
Oh. Hope I ain't got him foul hooked.
Big Spoon power stance. Brandon Perkins trying to seal the deal.
Jason Lambert spoon right there. It ain't a giant, but I think it's bigger than 140. I'm gonna get right back in there. There's a bunch down there.
Yeah.
Great call for Perkins.
Is he going to get
They're
one on
laying
this
down
cast,
right
Luke?
in them hangs. I'm going to break his spoon off. They're piled
Is he
on them
going to get
hangs.
one? I'm going to say yes.
I'm
Here
going
we
to
go.
say the more you can keep them
Here
fired
we
up,
go.
the better.
Here we go. He's getting one on this cast. Sushi dinner on this.
Dudley, you must be starving. Every bet's just for food. There's never any monetary value to any of these bets.
Sandy, I'm putting this
Always
swim bait
food
rod to work. I don't know. It's been stressed
Pay
pretty
attention.
good.
I got a sushi dinner on this. Pay attention.
3.
I got a fatty tuna dinner on this. Come on, man.
It was puny though. I'll weigh it in a minute.
Come on. You get a fish. Come on, Brandon. I'm going to defriend you on Instagram if you don't
defriend him.
I'm going to unfollow him on Instagram if he don't get me
No
a
more
sushi dinner.
Snapchats from Double D
Dang.
for you, Perkins.
Keep trying. Don't lift that bait up out of dadgummit. Oh,
so sorry. You're going to starve now tonight.
Unfollow. I'm pulling him up right now. I'm unfollowing him on Instagram. Ain't no sense in that.
It's odd that you are throwing around some shade today, man. I don't know. No more Instagram friends.
They might be unfollowing me.
A lot of times when you do get them fired on this spoon, it can be cast after cast after cast. Dudley, if he keeps this up, you're going to have to unfriend him on Facebook as well as Instagram.
Dang.
He's not going to be too worried about it because when he wins the NPFL, if he keeps going at this rate, he's going to have a lot more Facebook friends and Instagram friends next week to worry about.
For sure.
Brandon Perkins.
What about your
slowly getting
man?
it done.
What about your man Soukup sitting on 0? You going to unfollow him?
I would never.
Oh,
I didn't even bring my boat back.
Yeah.
Can only unfollow and block after I have my vessel returned to my garage.
Miracles happen.
As Perkins slowly builds on his lead there with the big spoon catch, we enter the 12 o'clock hour. Things have been interesting so far on Showdown Saturday. A lot of moving and shaking out there. We'll take a look back at some of the morning's highlights.
57.78.
Actually, we're going to stay here on Pickwick Lake Live right now.
About to come to us. We're gonna be live for like 3 minutes. I think we're live. How's it going out here today?
It's quite a bit different today. I guess cloud cover's got the fish kind of scattered out, you know. We got a few fired up there early on top of the ledge, but kind of a little bit scattered right now. Pulled out the little sissy sticks to try to make one bite, but it's not happening. I don't know if we're live or not, but I need to say hi to my daughter Ava. She's told me last night that she was going to be watching all day. So hey babe, I love you if you're watching, and we'll try to catch you a big one here shortly. What's going on, buddy? About 11 and a half pounds. Long way to go, huh? What about you? No? I got them. I get them fired up, man. They're here. They just like. Did you idle them? No, I just fished them. I idled them some. Did you see them? Yeah, but I can't. I'm struggling getting them to bite. Like licking a lollipop. Try to get to the probably about 7 or 8. See you, buddy.
How many fish you got in the bag right now?
We got a limit for about 11 and a half pounds probably. Like I said, I knew coming in today it was going to be tough to overcome Brandon, but my goal is to at least contain second place and hopefully stumble up on a big one or two and give him a little run for his money. But I feel like if I catch about 16 pounds, I'll probably hold my ground in second spot and get some good points, and I'll be happy with that. We got a lot of time left, 6 more hours to fish, so a lot can happen in that little bit of time. The fish are still here. You know, I've idled them. They're just scattered out. I've idled them 2 or 3 different spots. If you can get one of them to fire, they'll start firing. But it's That was my travel partner there, Ryan, that stopped by. He's kind of spun out a little bit. He had a little run in on the water yesterday with another angler, and that other angler, he didn't know the whole story. But I think he's a little spun out. And probably run around fishing pretty fast, I imagine. I'm gonna idle us right up here to get to the, hopefully the juicy spot of this ledge.
This thing fell off right here. This guy fell off.
Oh. I thought that was something off your camera.
Murphy's going to make a move here. While Murphy runs around Pickwick Lake, we're going to take a look at today's highlights. Fast and furious so far on Showdown Saturday.
Got him. Oh, not as good as I thought, but it's a
Mark Schilling.
Ain't big enough.
Ryan Smith.
Gee. Things are so ripped up. Barely hold on. A couple of brush piles right there, and all these. Got it. That's a good one too. All right, 2.5. Stay hooked up, baby. Don't jump. What are you doing? Get down. I mean, really? It is a one. Come back and got it. Look at this. Oh my gosh, a good one too. He's a keeper. Get up in this boat. Number one. Biggin. There we go. Oh my God, dude. I told Get in here. Yes.
Showdown Saturday. Wide open so far, and Pug Clements right there at the end of that highlight reel putting on a show with that live scope down on Bay Springs, but the story still the local favorite coming in. Brandon Perkins still sitting on top right now unofficially with about a 9-pound lead. Dudley, what do you think about it?
I'm kind of leaning towards Brandon a little bit now. You know, I gave the benefit of the doubt up until this point, but having a 9-pound lead going into the second half of the last day of the tournament, but hey, I'm not going to count out Schilling, right? Schilling had 4 bass over 20 pounds. He's already got 2 for 9 pounds already. No, actually he's up to 3 fish now for 11 pounds, which gives him a lot of room to make some big moves if those big fish turn on and they connect. So exciting second half, but I am leaning towards Brandon Perkins.
It's going to take one of those magical Pickwick Lake mega bags of bass, but they swim on all of these ledges. Mark Schilling certainly showing us that with every bass he sets the hook on being of great quality. Right now, Sean Murphy, the biggest threat to Brandon Perkins, but Sean has been super consistent with quality fish all week, but no real giants, Dudley.
No, nothing that we can, nothing that we've actually talked about and said, wow, gave it the wow factor. But the sheer numbers that he is going through, and we talked about Sean. Sean is a Tennessee River veteran. He knows how to mix up the baits. He knows what baits to throw. He's looking at them on his electronics. Depending on where they're positioned at, he knows the right bait. So he's utilizing his time correctly and more efficiently than most of the field, and that's why he's triggering more bites than most of the field, is just because of his expertise out on the water. A lot of people are complaining, Luke. They're like, man, I can see him, I just can't. Well, I can only do one thing, and I can point my finger at that complainer and say that's your fault, right? Because we're seeing Sean stroke them.
Well, we had an angler, you and I both know, remain nameless on the live feed, but it said, man, this place, I know where we should never have a tournament again in July. And you told him, hey, there's one cure for your problems. Catch more bass.
That's right.
Catch more bass.
That's right.
It's your fault. It's not the lake's fault. This is a great lake.
If you're seeing them and you can't catch them, that leads to one thing. You better get better.
Or make an adjustment, do something like we heard Jesse Millsaps had a tough first day, makes an adjustment yesterday, rockets up into 6th place. We saw that with Hookup, Soukup, and I just saw, Dudley, here on the Way Live app that Soukup does have his first keeper, so he's no longer on the goose egg
but no
bus
question
right
there.
now, and I'm sure he will continue to add to that as we reach this midday time on Pickwick Lake. We're going to take a look at the unofficial leaderboard. The Way Live leaderboard. Everything will be unofficial until the weigh-in starts at 4:30 p.m. here at Pickwick Landing State Park, but Brandon Perkins refusing to give up the lead. He is defending his home turf to the best of his abilities right now, fending off Sean Murphy so far in 2nd place. Joe Willard fishing a great event as well. Great quality from him. Just no giants.
Nope.
No giants, but just great quality. Every fish you see Jay Willie put in the boat is a nice fish. Mark Schilling, as you said, 3 fish unofficially for 11 pounds right now. Great foundation.
I'd be curious to know when Mark is due in. We need to find that
6
out.
p.m.
He's
Everyone in the top 10, 6 p.m. So Mark was in the top 10.
Whoa.
A lot of time left for all of the anglers in our top 10 on Showdown Saturday. Bryant Smith in 5th place. Timmy Reams in 6th. Michael Brewer, the local Tennessee angler, rocketing up the leaderboard today into our unofficial top 10. David Gaston, William Fletcher, and Mike Como, an angler we covered yesterday that started the day in the top 10, slipped a little bit yesterday, but trying to fight his way back into the top 10. And, of course, all of our NPFL anglers out on the water today, no cuts, and they are fighting for that 36th place check, $9,000. All the way up to 1st place, you have the $50,000, $425,000 in the purse overall going to be handed out here at Pickwick Landing State Park. Dudley, do you think if we hang around the weigh-in trailer, Big Al might mistake us from somebody that caught a fish and hand us one of those checks? I don't know.
I would stick my hand out.
Okay.
I'd stick my hand out.
Maybe then you can buy me the steak dinner you're going to owe me when Brandon Perkins finishes this thing off deep, or Sean Murphy, or Mark Schilling, or Joe Willard. They're all deep, Dudley. I don't know if you've noticed this. There's a common theme here, Tennessee River. As we go back out to Hookup, Soukup, a man familiar to being on camera on Showdown Saturdays. Looks like we've got a replay here of John's first catch. We saw it pop up on the Way Live app. Get a look at that first
Oh,
fish.
thank you, Lord, finally. Not a big
Boy, he counted that chicken before it hatched.
Thank you, Lord.
Nice quality first fish for Hookup. Back out to more live action.
About 5 to 7 2 1/4 pounders here. And it's such a big piece of structure. I know that they're here no matter what, but getting them to trigger has been, it's been difficult to say the least. So we got our first one just a few minutes ago. It's a good one though. It's a 2.5 at least. And I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna sit here all day long because I can't. I mean, I can't do it. I'm itching to go already. I can't do this, but I'm gonna force myself to do it the best I can. Give it an opportunity to see if they'll. We can just unlock it. It's such a huge piece of structure. We're sitting in 35 foot of water, and the top of this thing's in 20.
A water bottle is the most accident causing
glitch there.
Object on a job.
Service issue with hookup Soukup. Over to David Gaston, and as we catch up with David, we're going to check in with our fine sponsors, the National Professional Fishing League. A quick little commercial break. We'll see you on the other side for more live action from Pickwick Lake, Counts, Tennessee.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result? A vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
$19.02 on day one. He needs 7 pounds, 15 ounces to take the lead. I don't think it's be a problem. How about this? 19 pounds, 15 ounces, 2-day total of 39 pounds, 1 ounce. Let's see some fish. All-Star Boom, Mark Schilling. 20 pounds, 9 ounces, a 2-day total of 30 pounds, 7 ounces, Mark Schilling. Sean Murphy, looking for 23.08 to take the lead. Not quite, but a good day. 16 pounds, 1 ounce, a 2-day total, 31 pounds, 11 ounces.
That's a heck of a boat up there.
What is it, riverboat?
Looks like it.
Welcome back to Pickwick Lake. David Gaston, the Alabama angler.
I'll come back here just for a second. Pepto.
Fourth place AOY.
No, I just got to pee. And get some other stuff. Let me look, make sure he's still alive.
That's nice.
Now Pug Clements.
Not
down
on
Bay
it today.
Springs.
Dang. I mean, yeah, there's a couple, but I don't see any big ones on it.
Pug has certainly done work down on Bay Springs all 3 days of this event. Very consistent. Started the day in 10th place. Showdown Saturday.
Oh no, my line broke. That's a big, my rod broke, and that's a big fish.
Oh. David Dudley,
Shane,
hot mess of the day.
if you're watching this, oh my God, bro. Stay down. Broke rod. Get your ass in this boat, you big heifer. I'm sorry, I cussed. That's my bad. Look at that, people. Look at that. That's what we call in South Carolina a donkey. I mean a biggin', son. Broke the rod and got him in. Bucket, mouth, biggin'. Y'all wanna see a coil? Huh? That's a coil, people. Feeling it, son. I gotta get another jig rope.
Awesome stuff for Pug. Fighting through adversity, broke the rod on the hook set.
Right in half. Shane, I'm sorry. I'm talking about Shane Lineberger. I broke your rod, brother. Thanks for letting me borrow it, though. Call Enigma, tell him you need some more. Golly. Yes! Got one for each hand now, boys.
I would say it was worth it.
That sucker says, don't.
So Pug, unofficially in 21st place with 0 bass, and we know better. Come on, Pug.
Golly, boy, when you're making the right decisions, it feels so good. I didn't throw the drop shot in there. Nope, we slung a 3/4 ounce jig in that son of a gun. And I'm talking about a flat donkey ate it. Oh, boy. Hey. Hands shaking, boy. I mean, I'm talking about rattling. Rattling. She just gave up, man. Just opened her mouth. She was like, here, take me. Just it's like she wanted to go or something, man.
Bass wanted to see Big Al McCullough this afternoon is what it looked like.
That one's pushing 6.
From Pug Clements back over to Alabama's David Gaston. He's working a variety of patterns this week on Pickwick.
This is a big one.
Hooked up.
There's just a 3-pounder. Look at that. That's barely hooked. It's not good, folks. Let me get right here, Scott.
Another great quality fish.
Oh, I need to
go with his 5-pounder he started his day with.
That'll be one of them days for me. Blue will be our first one. It'll be a 3.5, 350 something. And that was a giant for me yesterday. No 335, excuse me. I got dyslexia. I can't help it. I thought I saw 53. Oh, I can't stop looking at that one. Oh, man, my ankles, it's killing me. I mean, I'm having, you know, my bites have been few and scattered this morning, about like the hairs on David Dudley's head. So I just got to make something happen. I didn't execute this morning on some bites. That really messed me up. If I had Luke Duncan's beard out here, I'd probably catch a fish in that, thick as it is. Probably have to take a 2.5 ounce weight just to punch it. A little envy of a beard. Mine don't ever grow good. I kind of get scraggly and rough looking, like a dog with the mange.
What you make up for with your fashion sense?
Yeah, and this big old gut I got enough hair on my belly than Dudley has on his head.
Gaston,
man, they're
having a
partying
good
on that
time.
thing.
Think so?
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. They out there partying. I bet the White Claws getting
where
drunk
we're
today
fixing
on
to be
that
doing our
thing.
live coverage
Have
from.
you tried the black cherry? I bet you that's asked a million times.
Dudley, is there anything against having a White Claw on our live coverage? Because I think that's probably going down on that boat, as Gaston said right there.
Hey, you're getting a little too focused in right there, cuz. You're focused in a little. You zoomed in a little too hard on that hot tub there, buddy.
Eyes on the
He
prize.
saw where the party's at. He's gonna pull up
Eyes on
on
the
him.
prize.
Well, we just got a boat just passed us partying, full of women in a hot tub. I guarantee drinking White Claws, and it's 12:30. No, I didn't say that. I said my bites are few and far in between, like the hairs on Dudley's head. Yeah. Yeah, I got more hair on my crack than Dudley has on his head.
Ooh, pop knots will be delivered this afternoon.
I tell you, if they break down and they tie, we'll be in trouble. Like, can't help y'all there, cuz. You got too big of a ship and I got too small of a vessel. We ain't gonna make it happen. I mean, they're partying, jamming out.
His feathers got ruffled.
Golly, what a gar. Wish I could weigh him in. No, I ain't jealous of them. I got a 6-pounder in the live well. Who cares about a hot tub? I won't care about no women in no hot tub. I got the prettiest wife in the world back at the house. Yeah, that's a fact. Beautiful and pregnant. How about that? She told me this year for my birthday, she's gonna tell me who the baby's daddy is. So I'm real excited. I'm just kidding.
David Gaston, always with the jokes. David with the jokes. Going to be a daddy for the first time this year, David Gaston. Over to David's neighbor on the river on the Tennessee, Timmy Reams. Now, I wonder if Timmy is enjoying the party boat coming by like David did.
He had seen it earlier for sure. Uh-oh. He got a wacky worm out. He got the Dudley stick.
Dudley, we've seen Reams put down the vibrating jig and go to that finesse, trying to mine this little grass stretch for all it's got. He's unofficially in 6th place still. Of course, the top 10 taking home a great amount of money today, and obviously a lot of points. Everybody wants the top 10.
Everybody. You pump in a top 10 for half the years and just do decent finish, you're probably going to be knocking on the door for Angler of the Year. You know, top 10s are extremely valuable.
Hard to come by, too.
Oh.
Unless your name's Soukup.
Yep.
And David Gaston. Or Nick Provenzak.
Yeah.
Brandon Perkins.
They won't relinquish that for sure.
Keith Carson
also right there, like top 10 most of the year. Of some kind.
Back over to the hot hand of the day. Pug Clements on Bay Springs.
Guaranteed bite. That's awesome.
That's a better fish. Yeah, that's definitely a better fish. It's not a giant.
Is that 4 for 4, Luke?
I think it's going to help.
He is calling his shots.
Yes, sir.
If only you could call your winning bets like that. Be a lot better off this week.
Blake, like when you grab them, they flop. And look at that hook just barely came out of that thing.
Another largemouth for Pug.
I know he's got 2 good ones with 3.
Estimated one close to 6 pounds on the broken rod earlier.
Pug was coming in 10th.
And has failed unofficially to 22nd with 0 bass on the way live out. Pug, get at me. Might not have any service down there where he's at. That would be my excuse I would use if I ran into me and Dudley at the weigh in about this issue.
Well, if he's got a 6 and a 4, and let's just say the other ones are 2-pounders, he's sitting on 16 pounds. If we add 16 pounds, and this is kind of guessing light, so add 16 pounds to 27. Man. Somebody do math for me. I can't do math.
That would have him somewhere around Sean Murphy's weight, 43 pounds, and have him unofficially in 2nd place.
On your seat,
wow. Wow, what a move.
Definitely shaking things up. Started the day in 10th place. showdown Saturday.
Interesting how everybody's choice of Bay Springs, when I say everybody that we covered, everybody was shallow. He's the only one.
Right. Mining that standing timber, the deep
water stuff, and he has definitely utilized Bay Springs for all it's worth.
Of course, fish care of the utmost importance here on the league. We have an extreme fish care penalty of 1 pound for a deceased bass, but you can see Pug going through all the necessary precautions using that TH Marine G-Juice, the official fish care provider of the National Professional Fishing League. We also see him adding ice to the live well, which helps cool the live well temps, keeps those fish calm. And then he's got pool noodles in there for a little party so they can enjoy themselves. Is that what that's for, Dudley?
Yeah, no, the pool noodles are for,
we're starting to see more of that.
Yes, they are basically a cushion for rough water. If you do hit a lot of rough water, doesn't beat the fish up. Their heads basically don't crush the top of the live well, but it's a really cool thing. And I don't know who originated that. The first time I saw it was a few years ago. I do have pool noodles for the Great Lake, any of the big waters we go to. I don't keep them in there at all times, but definitely in big waters. Still got one spotted bass in there I just saw.
It's a good call for Pug.
We're going to call him next. Sorry. I haven't been doing my job when I catch him. I didn't know which one. Had him up.
You know, Dudley, it's hard to come to Tennessee in an orange boat like that and not have success.
Another six.
Oh, gosh.
Little go Vols right there.
We get a little bit of go Vols involved in this.
Springs, baby. It ain't famous, but it's got big. There's still a giant up there. I'm just telling you, there's still a giant up there. There's like 2 more big ones up there, like suspended behind that stump. I 100% believe I just casted through them.
Speaking of Tennessee, earlier this morning here at the launch at Pickwick Lake State Park, Fat Cat called up with Dennis Tomlin, and Dennis works for the state of Tennessee and has been instrumental to staging some of these great tournaments like the NPFL here at Pickwick Landing State Park. He had a hand in the Fish Dayton movement in Dayton, Tennessee. And Fat Cat called up with Mr. Tomlin this morning. Take a look at that right now.
Hey, the fishing world, what's shaking? Fat Cat Dude coming at you from Pickwick Lake with Dennis Tomlin of the Tennessee Tourism. He's going to give you a little idea on what it's like hosting one of these events in your area. Dennis, tell him what's shaking, bud.
Absolutely. Fat Cat, man, we can't be more excited than to have this group here in town, the league, National Professional Fishing League. About 800 room nights are attached to this event. You guys have been here for 7 days. I drove into town last night, and every restaurant, every convenience store, you guys are eating. Because, I mean, every Mexican restaurant, you name it. I drove by Freddie T's. Parking lot's full of boats, and guys are throwing down and spending dollars in this town. So it helps spend the economy, and it's very important to Tennessee and a local community.
That's right. When we come to town, it's wall to wall, treetop tall. Some other things, like it's just fun coming to these areas and meeting new people, especially here in Tennessee. It has been nothing but wonderful. You guys have hosted such a great event, and we truly appreciate it. We can't wait to come back. And anybody out there, this is where you need to come to host your event, because you get to meet people like Dennis, and you get some of that southern hospitality. Well, I do declare, Mr. Fat Cat, what would you like? So it's wonderful down here. Dennis, any final words?
Yeah, you know, state of Tennessee spent $11.7 million renovating this lodge about a year ago. It's been open less than a year. Man, if you haven't been here and checked this thing out, it's, in my opinion, it's the best facility on the Tennessee River. We're going to have another great one open soon at Paris Landing, but right now we're at Pickwick Landing State Park in Tennessee, and it's the best host venue on the Tennessee River.
No doubt about it. So, folks, you heard it from the man and you heard it from me. Appreciate you guys tuning in. And remember, if you want somewhere to go to have a good time, Hardin County, Pickwick Lake is where you need to bring yourself and your family.
Couldn't agree more with that right there. Pickwick Landing State Park's been an awesome host facility for the league this week. We've had a good time here on the shores of Pickwick Lake. Now back out to Sean Murphy, who's having a great time out there as well, Dudley. Swole Patrol, Sean Murphy.
Cold out a couple ounces. Just trying to video game a few there.
Unofficially in second place.
Target. You can watch them drop that drop shot down there, up and down, up and down. I said, heck with it. It's just frustrating. Fish seem to be real finicky right now. I don't know what's going on. I mean, you got a good breeze, overcast. Just get them to fire up. I mean, they're here. I don't know what it takes to get them to go.
What are your plans for the rest of the day?
Just going to keep moving around, try to find some that's active, and hopefully run across a few that's a little fatter. All these are like Jenny Craig bass. They've been doing a diet. I know there's good ones mixed in here with it. It's the only reason I'm spending so much time on it. You can't dial out on one ledge though, neither. We'll make another pass down through here and we'll make a little move shortly.
What do you feel about the vibe of this area? You know, like just staying around this area, the people, the food, or?
Oh, it's definitely a nice area. I mean, beautiful lake. Anywhere you go in the south, you know, people are a lot friendlier than when you go north. Everybody's real helpful, and for the most part, everybody stays out of your way. You know, there's a guide out behind me here and said he took off this week just so he wasn't in our way. I mean, that's pretty respectable, you know. Guys losing $1,500, $2,000 this week just to stay out of our way. I mean, that says a lot for his integrity and shows he loves the sport and he's a true fisherman. And he don't want to be imposing on anybody, you know. You don't get that everywhere you go. I don't wish nobody any bad luck, but I kind of hope it's tough on everybody right now.
While Murphy looks to upgrade. We are going to take a look at our fine sponsors that make the National Professional Fishing League possible. We'd like to thank all you viewers for tuning in here on Showdown Saturday. A little over an hour of coverage left as all these anglers chase down this amazing trophy and $50,000 here on Pickwick Lake. We will see you on the other side for more NPFL live action.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to y'all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack plate.
It's the steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
The steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey everyone, Nick Provenzak here. We're here at Pickwick in beautiful Tennessee on the Tennessee River. And this is stop number 4 of the NPFL, and super excited to get this thing underway. The last event was the Harris Chain in Leesburg, Florida, and the first day I had some opportunities to do very well. I just didn't execute very good. Had a second, a fourth, and a fifth in the first 3 events. I'm super excited about that. Getting the right opportunities to do well, and like I said, just been a lot of shallow water fishing, which is what I like to do a lot. But this one's going to be a little different. We're going to have a little deeper water here, some current, which is going to be different, and a lot of challenges ahead of us. We got Keith Carson and John Soukup behind me, and it's they're forces to be reckoned with. Their performance the last 3 events have been stellar, and so I got a lot of work cut out for me. I still need to catch them here. You got to catch them everywhere we go. I mean, regardless who's behind you or who's in front of you, you got to catch them. I've only had 1 tournament here, and that was back in 2014, so it's been several years ago, and since then I haven't been back to the lake. Unfortunately, a lot of the stuff that I thought was a good stuff that I had, there was a lot of boats on them, so that kind of threw a little curveball at me. Like, I thought I had a few spots from way back when that I'd have, to myself, but there really isn't very many secrets, it looks like, out here. There's a lot of boats on every little, all the good spots, really. And finding schools is very, you can find some, but they're hard to catch sometimes, and other times you can get a few bites here and there, but really it's going to be a lot of strategy as far as timing and location. The practice I've had, it hasn't been awesome by any means, so to go out there and have a good tournament would be a blessing for sure. I got a little deal going on that I'm keeping to myself right now, but we'll see how it pans out.
welcome back to Pickwick Lake. Some David Gaston action. Look at some of the
They are out.
live action on the lower end of Pickwick here. And live action with Mark Schilling. 4 bass yesterday, just 4 for a little over 20 pounds. The Big Bite Big Bass Challenge leader so far, 6 pounds 9 ounces, Mark Schilling.
He's back to the crank.
Every time he swings, it's been a
Come on.
hooked up.
Nope. I don't even know if it's a keeper. It's gonna be close. Where did all these little ones come from?
It's the first time we've seen that.
It's
he
hard
made
to-
me a liar right there on NPFL Live.
It's hard to judge a small fish when you've been catching giants all everything.
Well, every bite you get, you know he's just keyed up.
Yeah,
You know,
he's like,
every
big.
time he swings, it's such a great fish. Every single time.
That is no doubt a keeper.
Keepers to mark at this point are 4-pounders.
Oh yeah, he's number the smallest one. It's a 2-pounder.
Not sure how many he's up to yet. If he's
Get back out there. It's a little school. I need the big school.
I just feel any second Mark is going to load up. He's got when you get him triggered on a crankbait this time of year, typically that school is very active. You know what I'm saying?
That's probably exactly how that.
Man.
It's exactly how that big one came. Broke my line. I can feel. I've been digging some serious rocks out there.
Sounds like he broke one off earlier.
Oh man. Film Robbie.
Boat to
Good
boat.
one, Robbie.
Robbie Frazier. I believe that's who we got there. A little boat to boat.
Must be a good one. They're firing up, guys. See, that's how you're supposed to land one.
From Millsaps over to
You got
Robbie
you on live,
Frazier.
Robbie. Come on.
They're roommates, running buddies. Georgia Anglers. Robbie having a great year so far out
They
here.
had 3
on
bites in the last
NPFL.
15 minutes we've had.
Robbie was 10th.
Make some
in
casts in
Progressive
front of
AOY
you.
coming into this
Make
event.
some casts in front of you.
Little friendly fire here, working together. You love to see it, Dudley.
Yes,
A
absolutely.
little less Jerry Springer.
Was he sitting on the right in the same
Partridge
place?
family. I like it.
Good way of putting it.
There he is.
Breaking out the age there on Jerry Springer.
Millsaps.
It's a good one. Don't jump. God. We're not going to boat flip this one. This one's of the right caliber, boys. Stop. Don't do that. We ain't had a bite yet, Robbie. Fish number 2. We should have number 4, but you know. He's a solid 2.5. Yeah, the bite's changing. You can tell. Too many bites here recently. Too many bites all of a sudden. We need 5 of those, Robbie. Probably 2 3/4. He was fat. I misjudged him yesterday. See me telling you I throwed from one side to the other side? I caught him from, I'm sitting on the mark. From you, I caught him from there all the way around to back here yesterday.
We just bird dogged it for Robbie. That's some teamwork making the dream work out here.
I hope it is too.
National Professional Fishing League.
Pointed it right on out to him.
Come on,
Yeah,
Robbie, we gotta have
this
you.
situation right here.
I didn't even put my fish in there. There he is.
Man.
Oh, I missed him. I just missed another one. Just cut your line. Cut your line, leave it in there, Robbie. T15.
That's 15 all day long. Give me credit on that, Luke. From this far away, 25 miles away, I could tell that was 15 inches long.
Multi-talented.
Yeah.
David Dudley.
Sitting on 21 vision.
Oh, see, this is how teammates are supposed to work. I gotta come join you over there. I gotta keep your school fired up, Robbie.
These guys are having a time on Showdown Saturday.
Yes, they are.
I got some G-Juice if you need some. I got some G-Juice if you need some. Well, you got 3 now? I think we got here at a good time. Hey, we'll stay here. I'll stay here the rest of the day if I can catch 3 more. We won't leave. You don't leave to go find fish when you got fish here.
A lot different situation than you can run into out on the ledge.
Maybe it's the way it needs to work. Robbie
These
catches
guys
one,
working
Jesse
together.
catches one. Robbie catches one, Jesse catches one. I know, we almost had one at the same time. One grabbed the tip of my worm. I think the sun had something to do with it too. We need 3 more. Should already have 4. Man, I kicked myself in the butt.
Millsaps made a charge yesterday.
He had one of the
Into
biggest
top 10
bags We
told Brad this might
talked
happen,
about that
didn't we?
earlier.
One cameraman for two guys.
As we enter our last hour here on NPFL Live, Showdown Saturday. Let's take a look back. Some of the highlights from Showdown Saturday so far from Pickwick Lake. Brian Smith, California angler, off to a fast and furious start.
Come on.
Mark Schilling.
I still say he's a big threat. Don't count it out. Him out. Steady catching them all day.
Oh, there's one.
Saw Bryant with a crankbait there for the first time this week on live.
Old Jason Lambert spoon right there. It ain't a giant, but I think it's bigger than 140.
Perkins, our leader. His
Oh,
last
thank
upgrade.
you, Lord, finally. Not a big
Soukup.
Thank you, Lord.
Able to get off the goose egg. Hopefully get started in the right way to getting himself a fully loaded live well.
Oh no, my line broke.
Mixing it up.
That's a big, and my rod broke. That's
And
a
the
big
David
fish.
Dudley hot mess of the day.
Yes, in this boat, you big head.
Pug Clements.
I'm sorry, I cut. My bad.
Pug with a broken rod and a big bass. I think that's a country song. I'm not sure.
Y'all want to see a cool? Huh? That's a cool, people.
Pug has had the hot hand down on Bay Springs today. Back
There's
to for David Gaston. Working the shallow grass pattern on the upper end of Pickwick. Let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. All of the anglers are encouraged to enter their weights into the Weigh Live app so we can keep track of what's going on out there on Pickwick Lake weight-wise. And no change at the top. Brandon Perkins, the local favorite, refusing to give up that home turf. But Mark Schilling, making his case, has climbed into second place with a 5-fish limit, a little over 15 pounds. And Schilling, Dudley, sitting on some really better than average bass compared to a lot of the field that we've seen. Most of them over 4 pounds. We have seen him catch a couple smallers, but yesterday 4 for over 20 pounds. He is certainly a threat to Perkins at this time.
Absolutely. He's south of 15 and a half pounds for sure. Sean, though, sitting on, we've seen him all week catch pretty much the same size all week. I'm kind of losing hope anything from there on down, but we're seeing that charge with Mark, and he's the one that we need to keep our eye on.
Got Jay Willie in fourth, Joe Willard, Pug Clements, Bryant Smith, Timmy Reams, Michael Brewer, another big mover of the day into our top 10. Michael almost at 17 pounds out there, one of our local favorites coming in, charging into the top 10 here on Showdown Saturday. David Gaston and Mike Como rounding out that top 10. Pug finally entered those weights into the Weigh Live app, and we've got Pug now unofficially in 5th place. Started the day in 10th, and he has certainly shaken things up today. Dudley, as this has adjusted, we're still at a little over 6.5, 6 3/4 pound lead from Perkins over Schilling, but another one of those 20-plus pound stringers from Schilling. Perkins has a tougher afternoon.
Yeah,
we're not just going to give this trophy to Perkins just yet.
Think
Schilling's
about it.
making
He's
his
got
case.
a couple in there, 2-pounders. If he replaces the 2-pounders with 2 6-pounders, we got a ball game, right? And we saw him catch 2 6-pounders yesterday. He's not out. I know we sounded like a broken record. We're coming into what we've been saying all week long. The afternoon delight. I look for the bite to get better. we're behind the scenes. We're seeing what's going on out there on the water. We're seeing a lot of fish get caught here in the last 20 minutes that a lot of the viewers aren't seeing. The water's moving, and I think we're about to see a charge. Could be a charge from anybody, but right now it looks like a two-man race headed into the last few hours of the
doubt.
day.
And these guys have almost 5 hours left of fishing time here. That's huge. They check in at 6 p.m. Of course, we will leave you at 2 p.m., so it's crucial to watch that. Drive-through weigh-in at 4:30 here at Pickwick Land and State Park. So we get back to Mark Schilling.
He's been sticking here the last little bit's been sticking with that crankbait a lot more.
Now I know a lot of guys, when I was talking about my other rod I was cranking with. Oh, there's one.
Schilling hooked up.
I'll tell you about that in a second. It feels like a good one. Oh yeah, it feels like some weight on this one. Oh yeah, this is a heavy fish. Oh yeah. Oh, come here, girl. Haven't seen it yet. Oh, it's foul hook, that's why. It's a kohler though. It's a good one. Come here. I got short arms. Come on, work with me. Oh, open your mouth. Or don't open your mouth. There we go, Lord. Thank you, Lord. There's a better one. There we go. Now we're talking.
Mark Schilling. Texas angler. Trying to run down Brandon Perkins.
So now we gotta do some culling. I think 1, 2, 3. Get my balance beam. Which one's the smallest? This one looks bigger. That one I just caught. I'll be down to these two right here. This one definitely looks fatter. So I don't have time to do this. I gotta get back out there while they're biting. Did I show you that fish? I don't even know. So what I was trying to say is this is a Shimano Intenza cranking rod, 711. And this is about, don't quote me on it, but like $120, $150 rod in that price range. And it's a great rod too. So if you don't want to spend the money on a G Loomis, this will flat out launch them. It's just not quite as sensitive. Sometimes when I know on that rod, when I get a big one on versus a little one, this rod is a little bit less sensitive, so they all kind of feel big at first. It's got more bend. Some guys really like that, so if that's what you like in a rod, this is your rod right here for 125 bucks. So, cranking here, like I said, with a Shimano Bantam 6-2, and I'm using 12-pound fluorocarbon, a Daiwa Tatsu. And we've had a really good day so far. We lost a big one that broke off, 5 to 6 pounds, jumped off and broke my line, which is very, very odd.
Brim under there.
Back over to Pug. Totally look. Sounded like a skip there, like he might have gone to the bait. Yeah, I see a dock there in the background.
Did not want it. Yeah, it did. That's a big one.
When you can
First
see
time we've seen
fish
Doc
eat
be a
your
player
jig
on
under
any
a
of our live
dock,
camera.
dude, a Garmin is bad. Like I literally said, that fish is on it right now, and then don't.
Dude, that is freaking awesome, man. I mean, like, when you can watch a fish eat your bait.
Uh-oh, underneath the dock. That is freaking cool.
First single dock bite, we talked about it yesterday.
Freaking cool. There's like 3 more under there. Like they all were looking at my bait. I know I got another pack of green
Bug's
pumpkin.
got something
There we go.
specific he's looking for.
Last one.
But he's got a lot of
Got
it.
2 more left. That's it.
To go through, Dudley.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
Down to his last trailer.
How many times have you been in a tournament, Luke, and been in that situation? You know, like you're dead set on, hey,
Action,
I got to throw a
innovations.
watermelon with
Spicy beaver and homemade jig. That's a Boss. I think it's like a Gary Klein flipping head or something like that. Oh, excited now. I mean, talking about
He
watching
can't even
the
make
jig
a cast
eat my
without-
fish up underneath the pontoon boat. Like that's off the chain. That one right there chased it, but he didn't eat it. What? If I could get it under there, but I don't think it's physically possible. There's like a lot of fish under there. I don't think. Nope. So close. I know I can get it in that hole. There it went. I didn't see the boat. That's not on me. I didn't know there was a boat under there. That was a fish.
Pug.
Little guy. Look how dark that thing is, bro. That fish lives under there forever.
You said it was 3 of them up underneath there.
What?
That's 2 of the 3.
He's knocking them off his list.
All right, he's got 1 more left underneath that dock.
Did you see him? Did you see him come out and eat it? He was little, but like he literally came out and ate a piece of grass. Little bitty son.
Pug is having a time on Showdown Saturday.
Like a lot of them, I done got jacked up now. I done throw it up on the catwalk and stuff. That was freaking cool. Oh man, like he literally swam out and ate that thing in 4 inches of water, and you can see 6 foot deep. He said, I ain't doing that no more. That hurt. Oh, he bit my claw off, man. That was pretty cool, dude.
Luke.
I just want to have a good time.
His last trailer.
What is he going to do?
We having fun now, though. I mean, just straight fun. We just calling shots and stuff. I like that. Calling shots. They come, these days coming like so few and far between, like you gotta enjoy it while it's happening.
As Pug finds another trailer, we're gonna find our next commercial break. Take a look at the fine sponsors from the NPFL, and then we'll get back to more live action from Pickwick Lake. Stop number 4, presented by Progressive Insurance.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result? A vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
1902 on day one. He needs 7 pounds, 15 ounces to take the lead. I don't think it's being a problem. How about this? 19 pounds, 15 ounces, 2-day total of 39 pounds, 1 ounce. Let's see some. There's the move, Mark Schilling. 20 pounds, 9 ounces, a 2-day total of 30 pounds, 7 ounces, Mark Schilling. Sean Murphy, looking for 23.08 to take the lead. Not quite, but a good day. 16 pounds, 1 ounce, a 2-day total, 31 pounds, 11 ounces.
Welcome back to Pickwick Lake and Timmy Reams.
I'd imagine it probably makes it pretty tough on fishing. Obviously, without any current. But
look at that storm in the background.
It's a wall of rain.
That is.
On the way.
Somebody's getting ready to get wet.
It's one thing about the good old Tennessee River. You can see it coming up the valley.
You got plenty of time to put on your rain suit.
That's right.
There's one rod in my hand and I'll catch fish. Right there's another one.
Hooked up.
There's another call. Come on, fish. Ooh, my.
Reams back on the chatterbait program.
Call. I'll figure out which one's the small one now.
Make a call here.
School, I like using a call beam. You know, I have new technology. I could weigh them all and probably be a lot easier and save me time, as I said yesterday, but gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. Probably gonna fall off the freaking call tag in a second. Ooh. Red bass.
Luke, when it gets like that,
Skosh.
And you have a 1 pound penalty, I take the fish that's livelier.
Yeah, the healthier fish.
The healthier fish of the two. I don't, when it's that close, I don't care which one weighs more.
Release the fish back. They've got a better chance to survive. And
Yep. But I always pick the healthier fish. Or the strongest one, I should say, of the two.
Now, how do you decide which is stronger? Do you arm wrestle, or what's the?
Let them arm wrestle. All right, fin wrestle.
How does that
Both
work?
of you fin wrestle.
What for the viewers at home? How do you decide? Is it a visual thing
Yeah.
for you? Is it a?
Yeah, it's just visual. You can kind of see which one has more life. You know, more strength at the
All right,
time.
Luke Duncan.
Their color tends to change.
Time out now. Sure, I get an extra couple minutes on the end of the day for fishing. I don't know which one this one's brought to you by. I don't know if this is Startron or TH Marine. I'm not sure. Either way, we'll call it the official timeout of Major League Professional Fishing. All right.
Reams is going to enter that in the Way Live app. We thank him for that, and we're going to take a look at David Gaston, who has a huge problem with David Dudley. The drive-through weigh-in could look more like Monday Night Raw.
I got
So
you.
pop
You
knots,
got my
Dudley.
back, right?
If he swings the first punch, you got my back.
You better hope Fat Cat is ready for that. You don't want me.
Yes, biggin. Stay hooked up. He ain't a biggin. Thought he was, but he's a keeper.
Gaston has been catching quality all week as well.
That is a keeper. That ain't no doubt in my mind. I just want to make sure. Why am I putting an 18-inch fish on? Oh, that ankle hurts just then.
Did you hear that?
What?
David's favoring one of his ankles. You're going to need to pay attention to that. You know, he's got a weakness coming into the weigh-in, just in case it gets rowdy. He did give my beard a shout out earlier that it was a fantastic beard. So I'm back Team Gaston again.
He gave a shout out to my 5 hairs on my head.
3 casts, 3 fit bites, 1 fish. That is the kind of fisherman I am.
I struggled when I first started too, Dave. You'll get better.
If they bite it, I'll lose them. Guarantee.
Gaston over to Jesse Millsaps. Looks like we have somebody else trying to join the 2 best friends that anyone could ever have. Dudley. Here he is.
Yes.
Millsaps hooked up.
He feels small. Get up in this boat. Another 2-pounder, but come on, fish. Don't you die on me. Come on, stay alive. Hey, come on now. We ain't gonna do that. I let you come in yesterday. Now, come on. You ain't gonna come in and cut the point off. I was nice. Come on. I don't care what you know. You're throwing over the end of the point. Come on. You wouldn't be there if you wasn't going to.
Jesse.
Come on now. Just because you was here, I let you come in yesterday. Don't do us that way. Huh?
We talked about it day 1.
50 G's on the line.
That's right.
Etiquette a lot of times goes out the door.
And pop knots could show up. Poor Robbie Frazier's just in the middle. Whoever Jesse is arguing with, he's just, guys, can we get along?
I'm a nice guy and all, but don't do me that way. Not after I helped you yesterday.
Sounds like Jesse, whoever this other competitor is, he invited him in yesterday.
Have a new worm.
We go over to, from the drama to the big cat out on the water. We've got a little Fat Cat Newton update from Pickwick Lake here in Counce, Tennessee.
All right, folks, here we are back on the water here at Pickwick Lake. I'm telling you what, it's a new lake today. Saturday is fishing different than it has all week. I'm sure you guys are seeing that in studio and at home we're seeing that. But I'm just talking about on the water itself. It's a different body of water. We've had overcast all day long. And like I said this morning, a lot of the locals were out fishing. Well, the second round of locals are out now, and the pleasure boaters are out here. They are everywhere running and gunning, bebopping and flip-flopping, pulling inner tubes and all this stuff. So that right there alone is causing, like you see me, we're just a rocking. How about the current? And it seems like all week the current has just really been lacking, hasn't been hitting where the anglers have wanted it. Today it seems like they're pulling current. I don't know if it's in anticipation of the storms coming through, but like we're close to the dam right now and it is steadily pulling us towards the dam, so the current is there. I do know one thing about our anglers. They're going to have to go, a lot of them will be wearing ace bandages for that carpal tunnel because all they're doing is just doing this. And they're going to need neck braces because a lot of them are just doing this, looking at that graph. That's the kind of tournament it's been. It's been a slower tournament because those anglers just sitting there waiting for that dinner bell to ring. So hopefully, close to that weigh-in, that dinner bell is going to ring and they're going to get them fully loaded live wells full of them big belly Kellys. So make sure you tune in at 4:30 today for that live weigh-in. Fat Cat Newton, my cameraman Wombat, and my captain Mudhole, we are gone, and we will catch you next time.
Yes, sir. All right. He is amazing.
That's the dream team out there.
Dream team.
The dream team. Wombat, Mudhole, and the big cat. And if you're sitting at home and you're thinking, I bet that boat is a good time just with 3 people named that, I can tell you it is a good time. We are fortunate to spend a lot of time with the dream team. Awesome folks here at the NPFL. We're having a great time in this inaugural season. And one of our anglers that's been making a lot of noise this year, Joe Willard.
That's a big one. Big one. If it's a bass.
It's a bass.
Sean Murphy over his shoulder.
Thank you.
Show that one off.
That is the bite we needed right there.
Sure. Sushi.
It's going to call a 180.
That's
probably about 4.
Yeah. I don't know.
412.
529.
Bam. Oh, he finally got free sushi. In the waning minutes.
Don't give up that call.
Enjoy your single spicy tuna roll.
I think we bet a Charlie's steak down in Orlando.
Next week at ICAST?
Next week at ICAST, I think is what it was. It's just a Wagyu ribeye. It's only 100.
That was the bet on the fact that somebody shallow was going to win this tournament was a steak dinner. So now that I know that you're willing to pay for some of that.
A bite like that yesterday, it was a big old catfish, didn't want to jump. That's a
premium steak.
I didn't know it was a dang
that
bass
steak.
Joel
He
Willard.
is excellent about keeping up with the live track.
He is. Joel came into this event after the first 3 NPFL events in 9th place in the Progressive AOI.
Big bass get me fired right up. Whew. Yeah, they're kind of all over right through there.
You think Murphy just said, "Hey, bro, where can I get one of those?" Unofficially, that puts Willard ahead of Murphy in the standings. Over to Bryant Smith. Bryant Smith hooked up.
That one might help. Finally, I got one of you guys to bite. Jeez. I think that one will help. God, my hands are so raw. Oh yeah. Number 3. Which one are you? Number 3. Oh, yeah, that'll help.
Brian
Luke.
making a call there.
How many times on the Tennessee River from, let's just say from 12 inches to 4 pounds in that lifespan, whatever year age that is, how many times you think they're caught from 12 inches to 4 pounds in that lifespan?
Practice, like when
say
I found
4
this, there
years.
was one fish in it, and I dropped down
On the
and caught it,
Tennessee
like
River.
5.5 pounder.
Several. I don't know what that exact number would be, but it's a lot.
Of course we don't know, but I'm going to say throughout the course of a year, the average fish is probably caught, I'm going to say 6 times in a year. So 6 times 4. I'm going to say they're caught 24 times by the time they're 4 pounds. Would you go with that?
Yeah.
6 times a year, from early spring to fall or winter. 24 times I think a bass. And I think people think that lakes have an overabundant, are just overflowing full of fish like an ocean, where typically it's not the case. There's, relatively speaking, most lakes don't have an overwhelming population of fish that just, a tournament that comes in for a week can do a lot of hook setting in that 1 week to the main population of bass. Would you go with that?
Oh, absolutely. And these fish see a lot of lures.
And I think
a lot of fishermen, a lot of talented fishermen on the Tennessee River.
The reason I'm saying the Tennessee River is because for, let's say, 4 months out of the year, they are holed up, ganged up on a hole.
That's right.
Uh-oh.
For
Pug
Clements,
has his rally cap on.
He does have the rally cap on. We're going to go take a look at someone that doesn't need a rally cap.
He is pointing
Just
out
trying
one
to
that's
hold off.
4 pounds,
everyone.
2 ounces.
Get a look at Brandon Perkins.
I was on it, so I sat down and scanned. First little pod I saw, I pulled up and threw on him, and I culled maybe 2 ounces. I mean, it was a small, barely cull. And then I lost a decent cull, and then I caught a giant catfish. I knew something crazy happened, and I was about to leave. I was gonna look at it before I left, and I found a new little wad that I have not thrown at yet, and I think the way they're set up, I think they're gonna go. Y'all just tune in for a sec and we'll find out.
Talk about calling shots.
It's not a big one.
Perkins thinks he's found an active school though, Dudley.
This is definitely going to be educational.
Unofficially with 13 pounds for 5.
Not what we're looking for.
Looking for upgrades, but still with a almost 7-pound lead.
But
and a lot of time left.
There were some pretty decent little dots down there, I'll say that. That is not what I expected to catch on the first cast. And I'm trying to stay off of them. And I'm actually on them a little too much. They're not pulling current, I'll tell you that. Because I'm going the wrong direction. Yeah, these fish are basically up under me all the way to out there. And there's a pretty good school. I mean, it's nothing like mega Tennessee River school, but what I like about this school right here is I don't think anybody's throwing at this. There was one. Missed it. But these fish confuse me, man. I mean, when I just caught that one, all of a sudden they're all here. Whew.
Perkins is absolutely in the middle of some right now.
So I just backed up like, I don't know, another 50, 75 feet just then. And kind of got out of them. So hopefully I don't spook them. The wind's not blowing hard at all. I'd say 5-7 mile an hour wind. And it's kind of blowing against the current right now. And the wind's stronger than the current is because my old Trex is hanging out in reverse right now. Man, I thought those were going to get fired. I mean, I'm 117 feet from them. Still rolling. So I may or may not have slipped a dirty wordy when I lost the last fish, and I want to apologize for that to everybody. I got 2 little girls at home, and I don't want people talking like that in front of my little girls. Well, that's a grown one there. So, I also don't want that to bother me the rest of the day, and it has been.
Perkins saying he had a malfunction, a language malfunction when he lost a fish, but it did not get out on the live broadcast. Brandon, you're good. Focus up on winning the tournament. And we're going to focus on some sponsors. Our last commercial break of the day as we wind down NPFL Live from Pickwick Landing State Park here. Stop number 4, presented by Progressive Insurance. We will see you on the other side.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to y'all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack boat.
The steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey everyone, Nick Provenzak here. We're here at Pickwick in beautiful Tennessee on the Tennessee River. And this is stop number 4 of the NPFL and super excited to get this thing underway. The last event was the Harris Chain in Leesburg, Florida, and the first day I had some opportunity to do very well. I just didn't execute very good. I had a second, a fourth, and a fifth in the first 3 events. I'm super excited about that. Getting the right opportunities to do well, and like I said, just been a lot of shallow water fishing, which is what I like to do a lot. But this one's going to be a little different. We're going to have a little deeper water here, some current, which is going to be different, and a lot of challenges ahead of us. We got Keith Carson and John Soukup behind me, and it's they're forces to be reckoned with. Their performance the last 3 events have been stellar. And so I got a lot of work cut out for me. I still need to catch them here. You got to catch them everywhere we go. I mean, regardless who's behind you or who's in front of you got to catch them. I've only had one tournament here, and that was back in 2014, so it's been several years ago, and since then I haven't been back to the lake. Unfortunately, a lot of the stuff that I thought was a good stuff that I had, there was a lot of boats on them, so that kind of threw a little curveball at me. Like, I thought I had a few spots from way back when that I'd have, you know, to myself, but there really isn't very many secrets, it looks like, out here. There's a lot of boats on every little, you know, all the good spots, really. And finding schools is very, I mean, you can find some, but they're hard to catch sometimes, and then other times you can get a few bites here and there, but really it's going to be a lot of strategy as far as timing and location. The practice I've had, it hasn't been awesome by any means, so to go out there and have a good tournament would be a blessing for sure. I got a little deal going on that, you know, I'm keeping to myself right now, but we'll see how it pans out.
Welcome back, and of course we had caught up with Nick Provenzak before the event there. The piece you just saw, he was sitting on top of the Progressive Angler of the Year standings coming into this event. But as we look at the unofficial top 10 on Showdown Saturday here in event number 4, Nick's name not in that top 10. He's down in the 30s, but Brandon Perkins, the local favorite, sitting on top unofficially, has refused to give up that lead today and has a really good lead over Mark Schilling, the second place angler, Joe Willard in third, Sean Murphy in fourth place, Pug Clements, Jesse Millsaps, Timmy Reams, Bryant Smith, Michael Brewer, and David Gaston. The big movers today for me, Dudley, Pug and Michael Brewer, but Mark Schilling, man, huge move yesterday, backing it up again today. That top 10, we've got, when we go off live here at 2 o'clock, we have almost 4 hours of fishing time left for these guys. There's still a lot of room for fireworks.
Yes, fireworks can definitely happen. We've said it all week. The current is about to go on, and the fireworks are about to happen. I really think, looking at the leaderboard again, you got Joe Willard. I mean, he's within striking distance. You get him a couple big ones, but again, we haven't seen Joe really come in with any of, 4 to 5 pounders like Mark Schilling has. Mark has a very, very good chance of overtaking. We can actually see Brandon right now. He's working, he's graphing, he's moving around right now. He's looking for that active school, and I'm going to have to say, with 4 hours left, Brandon is probably going to find a couple schools that he can fire up in the next 4 hours. But, again, the size of the fish with Mark Schilling is going to be hard to beat, hard to knock him out of there.
If Mark was to get 2 to 3 more of those bites like he got yesterday, it really tightens up and gets interesting. If Brandon is not able to advance his weight, but deep pockets. That's been the theme of the week. You said it on day one, deep pockets. And Perkins, without a doubt, has the deepest pockets on the lake with 4 hours of fishing time to go after we go off live before he makes his way back to Pickwick Landing. Lots of spots start to open up as far as local pressure, tournament pressure with the first flight due in at 4. So Perkins, a lot of room to make upgrades and take home this trophy right here behind us and $50,000. And more importantly than that, for Brandon, coming to the end of this event in 5th place in that Progressive AOY, those points are valuable, and he's going to be in the mix going into event number 5 for that Progressive AOY lead. This thing is going to be so tight headed into Lake Winnebago.
Yes, again, looking at the unofficial leaderboard, you highlighted on the Angler of the Year. If Brandon was to win, very good chance, and the Way Live app is correct, he's going to gain a valuable 25-point gain on John Soukup right now. That is key. A 10-point spread going in with 2 tournaments left. That's not much at all.
I think it's bigger
That's
than
not a lead
140.
at all.
We look back at some of Perkins' catches from today, some of those classic offshore baits, the spoon. We've seen him with a football jig today, the big crankbait, just classic Tennessee River stuff here. I'm telling you, man, Brandon Perkins is going to be the man to beat going into the afternoon, but you're going to want to tune in to that 4:30 weigh-in here from Pickwick Landing State Park, where all things become official. We thank all of you for tuning in this week here with Dudley and I, the Big Cat, out on the water at Pickwick Lake. We have enjoyed every minute here in Counce, Tennessee, covering these NPFL anglers this week. We will be at Lake Winnebago for stop number 5 in Wisconsin with 3 more days of live coverage, and this Angler of the Year race is going to tighten up there as well. We cannot wait to see y'all next time, and we hope you tune in for the weigh-in. Dudley, any final thoughts?
Final thoughts is you're not going to want to miss this weigh-in. I got a feeling.
You probably just got to throw it off the live stream for copyright.
It's the last hour. Come on.
Somebody's going to hold this trophy this afternoon. We're going to see y'all next time.
Get in here! Get in here! Get in here! Look at that, 5 pounds. Boom! Boom!
Brush piles right there. And all these spots are good one too.
He's a keeper. Get up in this boat. Number 1.
Oh, Jason Lambert's playing up there. It ain't a giant, but I think it's bigger than 140. There we go. Oh, thank you, Lord, finally.
Get it down! Yes! There he is. There's a pig. I'm a pig. Let's go! Ha ha! Look at that! Get it!